Oh,
I don't even know how to deal with expensive one. It's
it's expensive.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have.
Wait, which one?
There's echoing.
Somebody's laptop is on.
Is someone's laptop on?
Mine's off. Mine's off, see? You want to check? Is that me? Where? Oh. Okay. There we go. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Hey, right there, it says mic is off.
Okay.
It says.
All right, we are live. We are streaming.
Where's my camera? Camera?
Just need to. All right, Ms. Matias, we are live. We are streaming. You may proceed.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for Monday, July 15, 2024. We'll begin with the adjournments. Item number 1, 2023 11BZ, 108 Banner Avenue, Staten Island. Brooklyn is adjourned. Oh, sorry. And also, just for the record, Commissioner Shetta is absent for the review session and hearing. Mic is not on, sir, ma'am.
So with regards to Banner Avenue, even though it's been adjourned going forward, since it's a continuing hearing, the applicant should revise its statements and with regards to the applicable new use group and zoning resolution section that would be applicable to meet the findings accordingly. Subsequent adoption of the zoning for economic opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Deferrals, item number 2, 41687BZ, Volume 3, 547, 551 West 133rd Street, Manhattan. Decision items, item number 3, 24147BZ, Volume 3, 16-2325 Hancock Street, Queens.
Okay, I just, again, for the decision cases, I want to make a general statement. That is, with the adoption of zoning for economic opportunities, some of the zoning resolution sections for special permits have changed. So for the decision cases, commissioners, please confirm that the existing record, how it continues to meet the findings under the new zoning resolution section. Go ahead.
So for the motion to,
No. So we have to start with Hancock, right? Hancock
Yeah.
is the decision item.
right,
Okay. So in this, the application, this was an SOC? This was an SOC case.
yeah.
This was an SOC case, so it was for an extension of term pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-411, which has not changed. So applicant did provide additional information as requested and has also revised the SECRA form. We also received the interior photos as we requested and the compliance chart. So I was satisfied with the submission. Commissioners, are you all okay? So I then make a motion to approve extension of term for 10 years from the date of the prior expiration.
Take the vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta, Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Commissioner Yoon,
Aye.
application's been granted. Item number 4, 39747BZ, Volume 2, 6401 Woodhaven Boulevard, Queens.
This is again also an SOC calendar requesting an amendment pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-412.
Jella has a hand.
Jella has her hand up.
Jella, you have your hand up?
I've been contacted that it's not clear if we're on YouTube. So
Oh,
just wanted to. try to confirm if we are on YouTube. Thanks. I'm looking into it too, but I just want to let you know. Thanks.
Okay. That's a good thing. Can you see it?
They cannot see us or they cannot hear us?
I think I see you on YouTube, but it says June 11th instead of July 15th.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a typo on the website. But Board of Standards and Appeals.
Okay, so that type of.
Okay, sorry about that. Thanks.
I noticed that on Friday, I think. But let's see. Does it see? No, it doesn't come up. Where is it? Come on. Can you see it?
It seems that the only problem is that it says June 11th. It's streaming, but it says June 11th, so.
Yeah, the public hearing says how to participate on Monday, June 10th, 2024 executive. And it has, I don't know if the meeting ID numbers are,
No, the meeting IDs I checked, it was correct.
meeting ID is correct. It only says June, so that should be corrected immediately.
The YouTube says June 11th, public hearing live stream. Maybe that's what's confusing some
Okay.
people.
Yeah.
That it says June 11th, but it's today.
Right, how did that happen?
So let's take a technical break for 10 minutes and fix this because I want to make sure that the applicants join in knowing that it's for July.
Mic is off of me. Oh, it's showing up. It says it's, Fred is saying it's showing up. Here, it says it right here. July 15th. What are you talking about? Oh, I see what it says. Flat. I see the mistake. It's on the website. How to participate in Monday, June 10th executive session. Oh my God. But the numbers are right.
I'm seeing it as corrected on YouTube.
Everyone's just gone. Yeah.
Thank you. No, it's good that you. Never ends.
Ay, 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 ay. Not too bad. A few minutes. Hopefully everything else is working.
Okay, everyone, thank you. Sorry, thank you for your patience. So we've corrected the website and the YouTube title to reflect today's date. I apologize, that was an oversight. I think just for the record, we should just start again
Yeah.
from this point, just to ensure that there was no confusion on
All right, so we'll
the
start from the-
public's side. Okay, thank you. Ms. Matias, you may proceed.
So we're going to start from the beginning? Yeah. You want to, oh, no, I can't start without you now. No worries. Ready? We're good, Carlo? We're good? Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals. We apologize for technical issues earlier. For a review session for Monday, July 15th, 2024.
Sorry, we
Please-
can't hear you.
Can't hear me? Are we muted? See?
Laptop. We got to do it from the.
Is,
Try now, Tony.
Can you hear me?
No, I can't.
I have my mic on.
Testing.
Can you hear any of us? I'm sorry, Shanta. Hello?
hello?
Testing.
Hello?
That's good.
You can hear us?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon.
Many hands. Good.
All right, let the third time be a charm.
Okay, good morning. This, and once again, sorry for the technical issues. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for July 15, 2024. Please note for the record that Commissioner Shetter is absent today. We'll begin with the adjournments. Item number 1, 2023-11BZ, 1008 Banner Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, the applicant in its next submission should revise the special permit number and the use group number and respond to and address the findings associated with the new zoning resolution section. Go ahead.
Deferrals, item number 2, 41687BZ, Volume 3, 547, 551 West 133rd Street, Manhattan. Decision items, item number 3, 24147BZ, Volume 3, 16-2325 Hancock Street, Queens.
Okay, for the adoption, with the adoption of the zoning for economic opportunities as of 6/4/2024, some of the zoning resolution section for special permits have changed. So for the decision cases, commissioners, please confirm how the existing record continues to meet the findings under the new zoning resolution sections. Hancock is an SOC case requesting a 10-year extension of term pursuant to 11-411, which has not changed. Applicant made its submission, and with regards to the comments that were raised, were commissioners satisfied with the submissions that were made? Okay. I then make a motion to approve this extension of term for 10 year from the date of the expired term.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 4, 39747BZ, Volume 2, 6401 Woodhaven Boulevard, Queens.
This is also an SOC calendar, which the applicant is seeking an amendment pursuant to zoning resolution 11-412, which also has not changed. Applicant did provide photos of the improvements that were made and has provided an affidavit stating that the commercial vehicles that were parked on the site are associated with a company that has contract with the subject business operation. And so many of these vehicles are parked there for fuel and maintenance related purposes. I was satisfied with the response that was provided. Commissioners, do you have any comments or were you having? Okay. So I then make a motion to approve the amendment with conditions that no commercial vehicles other than those awaiting fueling and servicing shall be permitted to park on the site.
Motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta, Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 5, 74965BZ, 1820 Richmond Road, Staten Island.
This is an application for an extension of term. Based on that, the applicant made its submission, provided an updated operational plan, and also provided clarity with regards to how the site would be managed with regards to car dealers, vehicles coming to the site. So I have a question for the commissioners. Would you consider an extension of term of 10 years from the date of the expiry of the prior grant, because the prior grant expired in November of 2020, or it would be 10 years from today?
I'm fine with 10 years from today.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Yoon?
Sure, that's
Okay.
fine.
I then make a motion to approve the extension of term for 10 years from the date of the grant, with conditions that no vehicles shall be parked on the sidewalk and kiosks shall not be used for storage purposes. And the resolution shall include the operational plan.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 6, 11-93BZ, Volume 4, 46-45 Casina Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. This is also an SOC application seeking an extension of term. I was satisfied with the submission that was made. Everybody? Yeah. Okay, so I then make a motion to approve the extension of term for 10 years with conditions that the replacement of the fence and sidewalk shall be completed upon approval from DOB and DOT. A builder's pavement plan shall be provided for sidewalk improvements and approvals received prior to commencing the commencement of the construction. The improvements shall be completed prior to obtaining a certificate of occupancy, and it shall be obtained within 24 months.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta. Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 7, 1802 BZ Volume 3, 8610 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn.
This is also an SOC application seeking an extension of term for 10 year. So with regards to the community board outreach, our staff did reach out to the community board and also the applicant for a clarification. The notice of findings was sent to the community board on January 23rd, 2024, and notice of hearing was sent on April 11th of 2024. In addition, the applicant also reached out to the community board on 5/28. So, and following that, there was no follow-up comments or requests that was made by the community board to the applicant. So in light of the time that has transpired since the notices and the calls were made, community board had opportunities to schedule a hearing as of late, I would say 5/28 of 2024. I do not think it would be fair to hold back our decision for a community board hearing. And typically, as we know, during summertime, community boards do not hold hearings. So I would recommend that we make a motion to approve this application under these circumstances. Commissioners, are you any thoughts on that? Okay. So I then make a motion to approve for a 10-year extension of term with conditions that signage shall comply with the underlying C23 zoning regulation.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 8, 2022-78 BZ 1512 Union Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. This is a variance application to facilitate a house of worship and seeking a waiver of bulk. We received the community board letter of approval for the project and also received revised plans, which includes notes regarding the vault and DEP notes. And we also have SECRA sign-off. The conditions of SECRA are as follows. Regarding hazmat, as remediation measures as described in the DEP-approved RAP shall be implemented, including the installation of a vapor barrier system consisting of a 20 mil stego wrap or similar below the slab throughout the full building area and a 20 mil grace a waterproofing membrane system on outside and all subgrades and elevator pits, foundations, sidewalls. If the type of vapor barrier is changed, an amendment must first be approved by DEP. At the completion of the remediation project, a professional engineer shall certify the remedial closure report and submit it to DEP for review and approval. So if there aren't any other comments or questions from the commission, I would like to proceed with the, okay. So I want to state the following that should be approved, and these following conditions shall be included in the certificate of occupancy: that no sound amplification device shall be permitted on the roof. Exterior lighting shall be directed away from adjacent residential use, and sukkah area as designated on the plan shall only be used during the holiday of Sukkot. Any temporary structure for the holiday shall be removed after the conclusion of this holiday. Revocable consent or approval from DOT is required for the construction of the vault, and BSA is taking, though BSA is taking no position on the encroachment, the plans shall be aligned with the BSA approved plan. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta, Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 9, 2022-92BZ, 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island.
Okay, we need to second call this for Tuesday.
Item number 10, 2024-06BZ, 35 East 21st Street, Manhattan.
We also need to second call this for Tuesday.
Tuesday. Screen is out. The screen is out.
It keeps doing this. It'll cycle through it and then come
Okay.
back on.
Appeals calendar, new cases, item number 11, 2023-38A, 2121-2023, Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay, this is an application filed by Department of Buildings to revoke certificate of occupancy number 122349404F, issued on June 14th, 2018, for an open parking lot located at the subject site. DOB made its submission on 6/20/2023 and provided a chronology of associated with this site. I thought it was a very detailed chronology, and I do have a couple of clarification regarding the chronology that was provided. I want DOT to confirm if former lots 45 and 46 were fronting on Amsterdam Avenue and was entirely located within R72 district. The other one that I want the DOB to confirm, if all type 1 are issued on or submitted on Feb 2nd, 2022 number, is it same as the alt one that was filed on March 15, 2015? If that is the case, then there is a numerical error in the statement, because I think one states 1223494O, that was 9404, which was filed on March 15, 2015. And the other one says 122340404, which was filed on February 2nd, 2022. So the case history, as I stated, provided by DOB was very thorough, helpful, and clear. Based on the underlying zoning district, which is R72, no commercial use can be permitted to operate on this portion of the site. And the initial permit from 1951 was issued for the portion of the lot that was within R72 with a C24 overlay, where commercial use is permitted today and was permitted then at the time. As part of that, a public parking facility was permitted to be located on that portion of the site. Since then, the zoning lot expanded to include portions of lots that were located solely within R72. DOB's application is seeking a revocation of the certificate of occupancy that was last issued in 2018, affecting the entire portion of the zoning lot that is not only in the R72 and a C24, but also, but more specifically, this is for revocation of the permit that would be applicable for the site that's located in R72. I want DOB to clarify that. Is it for the entirety of the site, or is it for the portion of the zoning lot that's in R72? DOB's explanation for revocation, I do believe, is justified. I do need clarification from DOB regarding the submission process, which is what is the process at DOB for issuing certificate of occupancy for off-street accessory parking? And in this particular case, was that followed? I specifically raised that because pursuant to zoning resolution section 25-532, off-street parking spaces for permitted non-residential use have to be within a specified distance from a zoning lot containing the use and requires a DOB commissioner's determination. I'm assuming that would have been applicable for this portion of the site. when the CO was issued in 2018. So if DOB can clarify that. We did receive an email from the appellee on July 8th. Appellee, in its correspondence, did not refute the chronology of the events as represented by DOB. And though is seeking to hold off the certificate of occupancy revocation process and is asking for more time, which would be contrary to the stipulation that was signed by the appellee on January 25, 2022. In that it clearly outlines the timeline within which the appellee had to either find an applicable community facility user to qualify for accessory parking space or and seek a new certificate of occupancy by July 31st, 2022. It has been over 2 years. It has been nearly 2 years since the stipulation was signed, and over a year since the offsite accessory parking for the school did not happen. So I think DOB's ask is very reasonable and it should be considered. Appellee's representative will be unable to attend due to personal reasons, and the hearing will be continued. So to give the appellee the time to respond to the comments that are being raised today and at the public hearing, and for DOB to comment also. Vice Chair Shibata.
The department has stated and supported a very thorough case history in which the property owner has seemingly purposefully misrepresented the useful lot agreements to two separate entities that deny having any agreement with the property owner. The defendant comports without support that DOB has been supportive or arguably complicit in the property owner's actions, but again, has not provided an iota of evidence to support that statement. I want to say I'm deeply empathetic for the situation of Mitch Royston. I understand that life can take over, and I would support giving counsel of the property owner an opportunity to provide a formal response with evidence. But I want to be clear that I feel DOB has reached its burden, and absent a smoking gun revelation, I do not believe that the defendant will be successful on appeal.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I find that DOB arguments are very clear, and they reflect, to me, a standardized approach to dealing with the issue of accessory parking and the connection between the accessory parking lot, the use group 4C, and the community facility. And they showed that there was never any formal connection here. And from my experience in dealing with accessory parking, there has to be a formal connection between the community facility and the parking lot, and it's usually memorialized in a restrictive declaration, something that's recorded for the public to know that links those two lots formally. And there was never a duly signed restrictive declaration in place for this accessory parking lot. And so therefore, there was never a connection proving accessory use of this parking lot. So I am absolutely supportive of Department of Buildings in requesting that the C of O be revoked.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with what fellow commissioners have stated today, and I agree that DOB's argument has been very thorough and clear, and that the defendant has not actually been able to support their claims. And nothing that's been provided so far has convinced me that DOB should not revoke the C of O. So in summary, I currently support the revocation of the C of O as being brought forth by DOB.
We will still keep the record open as I stated. This will give, under the circumstances, it will give appellee the time to make its case and also respond to the questions and comments that are being raised at the hearing. Thank you.
Next new item, item number 12, 2024-15A, 280 East Houston Street, Manhattan.
Okay. This is an application appealing a New York City DOB building permit number M0064762-I1-GC for the construction of a new mixed-use residential and commercial development at the subject site. Appellant is an owner of a unit at 287 East Houston Street, is challenging DOB's determination with regards to reduction in the rear yard requirement and the reduction of rear yard setback requirement for the new mixed-use residential development that is under construction at the subject site. Appellant in its statement, in its document states that the permit violates following zoning resolution sections. Property does not comply with the ownership prerequisite of zoning resolution section 23-52B1 and zoning resolution sections 33-27 and zoning resolution section 3553. Are applicable, does not comply with the zoning resolution prerequisite of the zoning resolution sections, which would make the site ineligible for any rear yard requirements. Rear yard reduction, I'm sorry. And the rear yard setback requirement was miscalculated by the applicant due to the discrepancies in the application of the zoning resolution section 23-52B. So I want to discuss these two issues that were raised by the appellant. Of the two issues raised, I want to start with the miscalculation of the rear yard setback requirement that is causing encroachment of the rear yard setback. Per 1210 definition of rear yard line, it clearly states that a rear yard line is a line drawn parallel to rear lot line at a distance therefrom. And the statement drawn parallel to a rear lot line at a distance therefrom, underlined, highlighted, equal to the depth of the required rear yard. So the measurement technique applied by the applicant, that is the developer's team, and approved by DOB is consistent with the definition of 1210 rear yard line. And appellant's statement is incorrect. It is not a line drawn perpendicular to the front lot line. Instead, it is measured perpendicular to the rear lot line. And furthermore, DOB has consistently applied this interpretation, and it has been applied also to the subject zoning lot. With regards to the applicability of shallow lot condition, it is the central issue of the appeal, which is tied to the ownership criteria and zoning lot. In its statement of fact, appellee dated 5/17/24, page 8, appellant states that it is, however, clear that this lot, which is former lot 63, was created before December 15, 1961, was a distinct tax and zoning lot on December 15, 1961, pursuant to the definition of zoning lot under ZR 1210, and was not placed in private ownership until after December 15, 1961. In this statement, the applicant is focusing on the term private ownership. First of all, the relevant zoning resolution sections and definition of a zoning lot do not differentiate ownership between a city or a private owner. The term of ownership is very agnostic about what entity owns it. Any entity can be an owner, and any entity can own multiple lots and zoning lots. This statement is the statement that was made by the appellant is contrary to the crux of the argument the appellant is making. On page 7, the appellant states, quote, to sum up, when the Board of Estimate created Lot 63, it was then owned by the city next to the adjacent tract of land that later became Lot 65. Therefore, the available records indicate that Lot 63 was in existence on December 15, 1961, but shared common ownership with adjacent tract of land until August 7, 1962, and / or was not was owned separately and individually from all other adjoining tracts of land on December 15, 1961. So I want to ask the appellant the question, is the appellant then stating that if an owner owns two adjoining zoning lots, then it is not owned separately and individually from other adjoining tract of land or lot of record? Fact that an owner owned former Lot 63 and Lot 65 post December 15, 1961 is irrelevant in this case because former Lot 63 was established prior to December 15, 1961, as confirmed by appellant's own statement. Appellant made speculation about how the site could have been developed together with other commonly held abutting lots. What I surmise from appellant's document that former Lot 63 was disposed of as it was a leftover of a street mapping and because it was a vacant site, and as per DOB Board of Estimates resolution, where efforts to develop former Lot 63 separately from other lots did not come to fruition. Lot 65, though commonly held briefly at that time, was a lot of record existing on December 15, 1961. It was developed in 1900 with a residential building and has remained so by and large to date. It was subsequently disposed of separately, which could not have happened if it was part of the same zoning lot, other than through a ZELDA or similar agreement that was applicable at that time. Development rights stay within a zoning lot. Total development on a zoning lot has to comply with zoning regulations, regulation sections that are applicable to that zoning lot and other legal agreements binding the lots of record. So development within former Lot 63, which has subsequently been subdivided to create two or more lots of records, including subject Lot 58, has to meet this principle. And to date, zoning regulations for development on zoning lot has been based on the 1210 definition of zoning lot. So legal arguments provided by the developer's rep provides additional information about the subject zoning lot that has been recognized since the disposition through deed and issuance of certificate of occupancy, and it is not refuted by the appellant. With the establishment of a zoning lot, the language of zoning resolution section 23-52B1 and zoning resolution sections 33-27 and zoning resolution sections 35-53 are interpreted as interpreted by the appellant would be contradictory to the 1210 definition of a zoning lot. Developers Rep, in its statement, page 4, further states the intent of the language of separate ownership requirement in the above-mentioned zoning resolution sections, and I would agree with that statement of the developers' representatives that was made. I also appreciate developers' argument. If the zoning lot was created after December 15, 1961, and how it would still qualify for a shallow lot under 23-52C. Even though the two lots, 65 and former Lot 63, were commonly held as of December 15, 1961, each lot was a separate zoning lot at that time and was not created to benefit from the shallow lot condition. In addition, the definition of 1210 for rear lot line was applied uniformly across the subject zoning lot, where the lots qualified for shallow lots, there the depths of the rear yards were reduced as permitted pursuant to the effective zoning resolution sections such as 23-52B and also 33-27 and 35-53. Or as the developers rep's alternate argument of zoning lot created after zoning resolution after December 15, 61. We also received very detailed submission from Department of Buildings and also from the developer's representative. Both of these documents presented relied on the relevant laws to support their argument, and the submission was very thorough, substantial, and clear. I though want both DOB and developer's representative to confirm that the eastern portion of the lot fronting on Avenue B qualifies as a corner lot where no rear yard is required. So based on how I read the zoning resolution and the submissions that have been made, and DOB's determination is consistent with the zoning resolution and is consistent with DOB and board's practices in applying these regulations. I believe therefore the permit issued by DOB is valid. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be repetitive, but I do want to state that I'm not convinced by point one of appellant's claim that ZR 2352 is inappropriate on the basis that the interior lot was not owned separately and individually from all other adjoining lots of land on the date of the application for a building permit and was not individually owned on December 15, 1961, as the property was owned by the city to be sold at auction subsequent to its foreclosure in 1961. Further, the arguments differentiating tenancy in common versus individual ownership is not supported by court or BSA precedent. Second, appellant contests the architect's measurement technique. However, measuring in segments is a method allowed by the department and has been used in the past. Appellant attempts to show that the architect's measurement are somehow incorrect or disallowed by the zoning resolution, yet this was not supported. It is my understanding that ZR 2343 states that the depth of a rear yard should be measured perpendicular to the lot lines, and ZR 1210 defines a rear yard line as follows. A rear yard line is a line drawn parallel to a rear lot line at a distance from equal to the depth of the required rear yard. Finally, the appellant's argument is that one regarding geometry, I found that argument to be self-serving and not convincing. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I actually feel that Chair and the Vice Chair have been very thorough in their analysis of this case, and I really don't have anything to add, except that I am in full agreement with
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with what's been stated. I also want to note that in my experience, I have calculated rear yard reductions in similar fashions as DOB asserts is common practice, using segmented portions of the rear yard and also measuring perpendicular to the rear yard lot line. The rear lot line. So in summary, I agree with what's been stated, and I also support that with my own experience as an architect. Thank you.
Thank you. Very helpful. Move on. Yes.
Special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 13, 80579BZ, 88 Pine Street, Manhattan.
Okay. With the adoption of zoning for economic opportunities, applicant, please confirm the applicable use group and provide a cover letter regarding the findings under the new zoning resolution. Actually, I don't think that applies to SOC because these are mostly, but regards to the use group, please do confirm the applicable use group. As you know, the use group numbers have been reconfigured and categorized differently. Okay, so with regards to 88 Pine Street, in response to the comments that were raised by the board at the initial hearing that was held on May 6th, the applicant submitted its response. We received the DOB objection sheet. With regards to the response that has been submitted, I am not at all satisfied with the explanation that has been provided. There seems to be a disregard for the POPs requirement. Also, I'm extremely uncomfortable with the slow creep of increased floor area and the erosion of required POPs with reduced amenities. Furthermore, the applicant has proposed no additional amenities for the reduction of the proposed POP space. So here are my lengthy comments as to why I think the applicant still fails to make an argument. Board had asked for clarification of the energy code and its application. It has not been provided. This is a critical point that must be addressed by the applicant. Regarding seating, while the plan and the POP signage do show seats and movable seats On my site visit and looking through several Google Street Views, I did not find the required number of seats, especially movable chairs, in the POPs area. Regarding POP signage, I think going forward, there should be an additional signage at the building entrance facing Water Street, indicating that the open area in front of the building is also part of POP space. So applicant also goes through a very detailed explanation of the sidewalk access. The subject building benefited from the additional FAR for providing minimum POP spaces. Comparing the subject building with the adjacent building is irrelevant. Site layout is different in this case, and because there are different obstacles on the site, such as a combination of in-ground trees and kiosks that are located within the subject property line, delineating the private property from city sidewalk. Vending carts that are permitted to be located on city sidewalk further narrows out the city sidewalk. Also, people cross through the site as an access to Front Street. So the explanation that the applicant provided as to how people walk in straight lines does not hold for this site because of these irregularities and different layout. So, as I said, and based on my observation of the site usage, people use this open POP space along Water Street to the extent possible when passing by the building or passing through the site to access front. So, regarding the alternate vestibule scheme, justification is weak and not at all convincing regarding the need for the relocation of the front desk in the center to control access to the elevator core. This is a this is a Class A building, and all these Class A office buildings have very high automated access points that allows you to access these elevator cores. It is done through staff ID, it is done through scan codes for visitors and others. So I don't think that's a very strong argument at all. And even if it were, I do think there is space to accommodate what the board had suggested. Board had asked that the applicant look at the possibility of partially locating the vestibule inside the lobby. Since the argument provided so far is not convincing, applicant must provide an alternative that allows for a reduced encroachment on the POP space, move the vestibule 3 to 4 feet inside the lobby, which currently the revolving door does. So we are not asking for anything different than what already the existing layout does. Board had also asked for a rendering of the Water Street frontage looking north and south, showing how the volume works in this POP space. Want to see existing and proposed layout of the lobby with dimensions of the lobby and vestibules. Also provide the required number of movable chairs or replace them with fixed chairs if needed to ensure that they are secured and they are not going to be moved around or be blown away by the wind. So if those are the reasons for not providing those movable chairs, you can find another means of providing it. So I'm not at all convinced yet with the submission that has been made. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional questions.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with you, and I had similar thoughts that I was still not convinced that there was any justification for removing or occupying the POP space. Also concerned with the creep of floor area. I just want to note that in the sidewalk photographs, where they are primarily documenting, I'm going to share my screen, they're primarily documenting the width of the sidewalks, but they're also showing the proposed, let's see if I can. So this is the before, but then they do show a rendered version of the proposal.
Oh, okay.
And how the canopy would span across. So this is another current and then proposed further.
Okay,
down
thank
the
you.
street.
I somehow missed that document. Okay, thank you. This was helpful.
So I agree with you about the sidewalk and pedestrian pathway argument. But in any case, whether people walk in a straight line down the sidewalk or not, the plaza was part of a negotiation back at the time of the building's construction in exchange for height and floor area. So the plaza, whether it's used as a means of expanding the sidewalk or used as just more open space, I don't think the argument that using it is primarily just for sidewalk traffic holds any water, because the plaza was meant for to achieve other purposes as well.
Yep.
So here you can see this close-up view of the canopy spanning across and how these vestibules would actually consume far more of the plaza than it seems on plan, because the canopy, it spans across that open space in between. There's no way anyone would feel like it just basically consumes a good portion of the plaza. And I think that's well evidenced here in the renderings. I also didn't find the actual reason why you need the vestibules to stick out in order to meet energy code, or how we're meeting new energy code exactly, and how the proposal is achieving these energy code goals. I didn't think the alternative vestibule schemes were convincing. I don't understand why the vestibules can't be pushed in more. So I'd like the applicant to try and explain, maybe walk through those assumptions that have been made, because I don't currently follow. So I agree with you, Chair, and that's all I'm going to say for now.
Commissioner Yun, thank you for sharing these visuals. I'm assuming you overlaid all of the color schemes to help us clarify the area.
This is as submitted to us.
I couldn't locate it. I did have difficulty opening some of the files, so maybe this may have been one of them.
Yeah, I did not touch them. So it's from June 17th of 2024, and it's called Sidewalk Dimension Photographs.
Okay, I'll look at it again during the break, but I wasn't able to. Okay.
Item number, new cases, item number 14, 62468BZ, Volume 4, 1880715 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, applicants for the associate new cases, please confirm the applicable new use group number for your cases at the hearing or through a written submission. We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has approved with modification. The committee report indicated issues with parking on the sidewalk, double parking on Northern Boulevard, impeding traffic, and violation status of the dining structure. We also received a letter from the Arbondale Improvement Civic Association as of last night, I believe, that no complaints have been received from the adjacent neighbors, and the association is pleased with the responses of the businesses on this subject lot to the concerns of the community. And in addition, they request that all conditions from prior resolution not specifically waived by the board remain in effect and be included in the new grant. So this is an application for an extension of term to continue to permit the existing operation of a wholesale plumbing supply establishment and stores and offices which expired on March 5th, 2024. The applicant is stating that it will need 8 to 12 months to obtain the certificate of occupancy. The applicant did provide a compliance chart. A proof of continuous use is not required. So I go to the landscaping. I know I was on this board when it was before us last time. There are planter boxes along 189th Street, and they were then in poor condition. They still are in poor conditions, and many of these planter boxes are also missing. I think the board has always said that these planter boxes do not work because you just don't have enough a ground or a facility to allow for a healthy growth of a planting. So I don't want to waste anybody's valuable time and resources in wanting to replant or get these new planter boxes and plant trees which are going to die every year, and you have to put new plants. So I want the applicant to come up with a different solution, and here are my thoughts. If you're not able to maintain the planters in a box, I would strongly suggest that you consider providing street trees along 189th Street frontage and Utopia. This would, this would serve a larger purpose and would be easier to maintain, and you can work with a combination of parks to meet some of those requirements. I have a question with regards to the lighting. Since there is a rear lot line and there is a little gap between the building and the rear lot line, are there any light fixtures that are located along the rear lot line? With regards to the site condition, from the photos that were provided and the Google Street View, the frontage of 189th Street has excess material that are placed on the sidewalk, including refrigeration unit, tables and chairs. So I would like the applicant to provide an improved site condition photos and also provide photos of the rear lot conditions. With regards to the violations, it seems there are open violations, so I would like the applicant to provide an update on the violation status and the steps that are being taken to resolve and correct the errors. And that is my comment on this. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I'd like to add is I'd like some photos of the rear of the building before that space. I just want to see what the condition is, and also is there lighting, et cetera. I have nothing further.
And is it being maintained?
Is it being maintained?
Right. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with you, Chair, that street trees would be a better focus of their energy in terms of landscaping the area than those planter box. And I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. The only thing I want to add to what's already been stated is that the signage calculations are inconsistent between the table on the drawings and the form that's been provided. I can't really make sense of the form that's been provided, and I don't know where the numbers come from. Also, the signage table states that 450 square feet of signage is approved for the North Shore plumbing. That use, for that use on Northern Boulevard. And I see it on the previously approved plans, but that's not pursuant to the underlying regulations. And so I just would like the applicant to clarify that that's something that,
How it was arrived.
how is it arrived? It was arrived at, yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Next one.
Yes.
Item number 15, 17378 BZ 6607, 6611 15th Avenue, Brooklyn.
We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has approved with conditions. And the conditions are that board has no objection to the continuation of the variance for the current use. However, if the current tenant vacates the site, then the term expires with their occupancy. So this is an application to reopen and amend the variance previously granted to extend and eliminate the term of the various approved approve the changes in the conditions on the property and waiver of board's rule to continue to permit the storage, rental, and sale of trucks and trailers with accessory motor vehicle repairs, with parking, storage, and display of any open area which is contrary to the underlying use regulation. So this is a very large site, and it is located in C12, R5, and in R5 zoning district. The term of this, the term expired as of October 1998, and it has not been renewed. So the applicant is seeking to extend the grant and also eliminate the term of the variance, and also to approve certain changes on the conditions of the property. So first of all, the applicant needs to provide a proof of continuous use. Applicant has provided a compliance chart. I have a question regarding the hours of operations. As part of the 1978 condition, the hours of operation was 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days of the week. And I believe the applicant is proposing a change to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. only for Friday to reflect the business mode. So that's the clarification I need. Is it only for Friday or is it for all 7 days? With regards to the signage must comply with the C12 requirement, which is 150 square feet for interior lots. Not sure the corner lot rule would apply to the portion of the building because the building is entirely within an interior lot. And a signage along New Utrecht Avenue corner lot does not qualify as a corner lot, and also the illuminated sign exceeds 50 square foot for interior lot. So add a note to the plan that the signage shall comply with the underlying C1 regulations and DOB shall review and approve the signage. BSA is not waiving any signage requirement. With regards to screening, conditions from 1978 grant was to quote unquote, screening be installed on the lot line adjoining residences in accordance with zoning resolution section 25-66. Existing 9-foot to 10-foot high masonry walls of residential garages abut the rear lot line. And in between those gaps, there are screenings that are opaque. And so it is definitely not, I think as I read the requirement of zoning resolution section 25-66, and this requirement has not changed even with the 2007 text amendment, requires that either a 4-foot wide densely planted buffer or a wall or a barrier or uniformly painted minimum 50% opaque fence at least 6 foot high be provided, and neither of that was done. So the screening as provided is inadequate, and given the intensity of the use abutting several residential homes. Also, I noticed, based on my site visit, there is graffiti on the fences, especially that is abutting lots 93. I want the applicant to provide close-up photos of the side lot line conditions along the residential property line, especially with regards to screening. Also, integrate the sign plan with the proposed plan. I think they've been submitted separately, so they need to be integrated. Overall, with regards to the site condition, applicant needs to stripe the parking spaces and provide directional arrows. There are several storage containers of varied sizes located at the northern lot line and eastern lot line abutting lot 693. I would like to know what are they used for. They should either be removed or you need to indicate it on the plan. What is the approximate capacity of vehicles that are stored on this site? It needs to be indicated on the plan. The curb cut on 67th Street, is it used? Is it used for both exit and entrances? Based on my site visit, the access way to that curb cut was blocked by vehicles that were parked. From the photos, the masonry walls are in need of paint. And also, I noticed that the vehicles, I think, U-Haul vehicles that are returned, are they cleaned and washed on the site under that green tent? And also what I want to know, if there are concrete bumpers, wheel stops that are provided along the lot lines. I could not confirm it from the photos that were provided. And the applicant should also consider providing an enclosure for the trash bins to be stored. So the site needs much improvement, and they need to be addressed prior to considering either elimination or extending the term. I am not there yet. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you for that very thorough review. I have nothing further to add.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I just wanted to add that since this is a amendment of a variance, there should be some sentences within the statement that revisit the 5 findings, even if it's just to say that due to the nature of the amendments being minor, they don't have an impact on the findings, but they should at least make a statement.
Yes.
And I have no other.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Thank
Item
you.
number 16, 10391BZ, Volume 2, 248-18 Sunrise Highway, Queens.
We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. We do not have anything from the community board. This is an application for a 10-year extension of term and waiver of board's rule for a previously approved variance, which expired in July of 2023 for a continued operation of an automobile laundry establishment. The applicant states that there has been no change to the lot size and no change in use. A compliance chart has been provided. I think I don't think the applicant needs to, but it would be helpful if the applicant provide a proof of continuous use from July 23 to present. I don't think it should be needed, but I want to defer to other commissioners if they think that's needed. With regards to the hours of operation, which is from Monday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. and Sunday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., I want the applicant to confirm if that is the hours of operation still being applied. With regards to the signage, I think there should be a note that says the signage shall comply with the underlying zoning regulations, because as I was going through the different Google Street Views, there seems to be different sets of signage over a period of time. So I'm not sure what really is existing today, and at the end of it, it should all comply. The landscaping that has been provided especially along the front lot line, it's not doing it's not serving the purpose and what it was intended for, and I'll get to that. With regards to the site condition, based on the photos that were provided, photo number 2, it seems lot 22 is being used for vacuuming. Is that portion of the site part of the business operation? Vehicles that are parked, I did notice vehicles parked on the sidewalk based on Google Street Views, and this has been a common concern, even with prior boards. The applicant needs to respond to that. Applicant's plans do show, on photographs show that there are temporary bollards that have been placed along the front lot line. I would say either provide permanent bollards or a fence that is 3 to 4 foot height along the front lot line to contain the queuing and prevent any vehicles parking on the sidewalk and cutting through the queue. Also, speaking about the landscaping, I don't think the planting along the front lot line is working. I think the intent was to use the planting as a way to kind of contain the vehicles in its queue, but it's not working. So instead, I would say eliminate the landscaping along the front lot line and replace it with a fence or a permanent bollard. And those are my questions and comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I was fine with the application, but I did want some more photos. The photos that you provided showed some cars that I couldn't exactly tell if they were in queue or if they were online. I couldn't really specify that. Also, I'd like to know, I was looking through the plans and I didn't see any exterior drains. So if they can show photos of those exterior drains and put them on the plans, I think that would be very helpful.
We typically have been asking applicants to provide like, if there are no existing drains, consider providing like a trench drain or something like that.
Sure.
That will
I-
pick up the water, especially after the vehicles are washed, when they exit.
I don't know if they have anything,
Right.
like, it's been in use for quite some time. It looked dry through the Google Photos time. So I know they're doing something for water.
Unless the
retention.
curb is designed in such a
Sure.
way, the slope of the site is such that the water does not run off onto the sidewalk and the street. But the applicant should clarify that.
Yeah. That's
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Yep. Commissioner Otley Brown? Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with what you stated, Chair. I also agree that the temporary bollards could be replaced with something more permanent and to also help curtail parking on the sidewalk if it's possible to put a street tree in the sidewalk there.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like there could be enough distance between the curb cuts to install them.
Yeah, that's a good urban design solution. Yes, I like that. Yeah. And if you want, you can even provide some benches for your customers to wait there while their cars are being cleaned up. That's also another urban design feature that can be added. And
I'm
that can
sorry
be-
to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Commissioner Otley Brown, could you repeat your comments? We couldn't hear you on recording.
Oh, I had no additional comment. Do you mean Commissioner Yoon?
No, no, it was Commissioner Otley Brown. I know your comments were short, but we didn't hear anything you said.
Oh,
You
I
sounded
said
good.
that I had no additional comment.
Thank you.
Are we done?
Mhm.
Okay. Moving on to appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Just for the record, let me note, we are still in review session. I noticed there are a couple of people I know want to speak at the hearing. Item number 17, 2023-41A, 2023, 46A, 71, 73, 75, 77, 79, 91 Longstreet Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay, so with regards to the appeals cases that we are hearing, with the adoption of zoning for economic opportunities, applicants, please confirm the applicable use group. Initial hearing on this application was held on February 26th, and board had asked for clarification. Applicant has provided updated surveys, which clarifies the issue of easement. And the applicant has submitted a revised plan in that the Long Street will be widened to 30-foot width plus a 15-foot wide sidewalk on the western side between Hatting Place and Glennon Avenue. This was in response to the concern that the board had raised. What I would like to know if fire department had a chance to review the revised plan and width of the street. Plans have been revised with regards to the flood and wetland regulations, and notes have been added. Board is not waiving any of these regulations. And the applicant has also provided a revised statement addressing the findings of GCL 35. So I believe overall the applicant has been responsive, but I do need to find out if we did receive any comments from fire department and DOT regarding this application. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you. I also just wanted to note that I believe they have to respond to the DEP letter. But I believe that was submitted last week.
Yeah. DEP provided the letter last week, right?
Yes. We're just waiting for we're waiting for the owner's response.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional questions.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay.
Item number 18, 2023-75 BZY, 1750 East Chester Road, the Bronx.
Okay. So at the initial hearing held on May 6th, board had raised questions regarding the threshold and specifically with regards to the vesting to show the cost expended towards the hotel. A letter has been provided by the engineer of record regarding the structural load capacity of the existing foundation. According to the letter, the structure has been built to support a 12-story construction and is stable to support the proposed hotel. Also, a preliminary construction schedule has been submitted for the hotel construction, and based on that, it is estimated to complete the latter part of 2026. Applicant did provide an expense chart. I would like Commissioner Otley Brown to weigh in on that. So based on all the submissions that's been provided, the letter provided by the architect confirming that the foundation was built to support a taller building and that according to job description number 220243074 filed on 12/27/2012, which is prior to the effective date, included an enlargement for a hotel in phase 2. So based on the additional evidence provided, I'm satisfied with the application to extend the time to complete construction. Vice Chair Shibeka.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions. I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
They addressed my issue of the timeline in terms of the decision to submit the PW1 to change the construction to a hotel by showing me in the timeline that that submission of the PW1 was accepted by DOB before the job was actually signed off. Made it, excuse me?
Hello? Sorry,
Oh,
go ahead.
okay. Which made it a valid PW1, and the project became a hotel project before the change in the text amendment. And so therefore, I felt that provided that that information was given and the fact that the engineer submitted that the foundation that was built and the plans that were submitted contemplated a 12-story building, I felt that if there were no changes to the foundation plans since that threshold date of text amendment, then it would be okay to use that completed foundation as the basis for the vesting. And so because of that, I don't have any additional comments.
Okay. So are you asking for a confirmation that no changes have been made to the foundation plan?
I believe that the engineer had addressed those
Okay.
issues by saying that the original set of plans had contemplated that larger building.
Okay.
But if I'm wrong, it'd be nice if they would just clarify that issue.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. This was very helpful. Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I was satisfied with the application.
Okay.
Freeze. Item number 19, 2024-01A, 2848 Barber Terrace, Queens.
Okay. We do not have a,
DEP.
don't we need a community board recommendation? We do not have a community board recommendation on this one. We do not have a community board. This is an application for a GCL 35-3 waiver to develop a one-family home located within the bed of a map street. We also need necessary sign-off from fire department and DEP. Applicant made 2 submissions, and following the initial hearing that was held on May 6th, okay, we did receive a community board recommendation. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my notes now, which says community board did vote to approve. And the applicant has requested for a street status letter from Queensborough President's Office, and they have submitted the application to New York City Parks for review. According to the correspondence with Parks, it seems the proposed development would need to go through a plan review at Parks. I'm just curious what that process is and the timeline, and if it has any bearing on our determination with regards to GCL 2035 and any conditions that we would need to be mindful of. Applicant also provide historical and current Sanborn maps. I though have to say I had difficulty opening these files, so I hope others were able to see it. With that, also the applicant submitted a builder's pavement plan, a draft, that is. So in the letter that was provided by the applicant, it says the application was closed. I don't believe we closed this application.
No, it's continued.
It is continued. Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, okay. Jeline, do you have your hands up? Or hand up, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say about the community board that you found and I left my hand up.
Yeah, it was an error on my part. I was going through the historical documents, so yeah, thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
I just want to note that the applicant should cite the language of GCL 35 and show why this case, while I believe that this case falls within the statute, I think it's important that the statute is cited in the statement of facts. Nothing
Okay.
further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. The only thing I wanted to say is in response to what you were asking about the plan review with Parks, and I believe they're referring to the street tree review that would be required, but the applicant can confirm. I have nothing to
Okay.
add.
Okay. Okay.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, 2017-269 BZ 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, this needs to be adjourned. Applicant received comments from DEP last week, and applicant requested an adjournment to give them time to respond to DEP comments. I would just say that applicant should use this opportunity to update its documents to reflect the adoption of zoning for economic opportunity with regards to use groups and any other notation.
Just, they did make a submission. I think that's what Tracy's going to say.
Oh,
Tracy, yeah, they did make a submission, the applicant, in response.
Yes,
when?
Was it Friday?
the 12th.
Oh, it's the 12th.
Ooh, I'm sorry, I did not get the chance to, I did not see it. My bad. It's all my
Yeah, I'm
bad.
not sure if it was circulated.
Okay,
But yes, it's in, so it's sent to DEP as well.
okay,
We'll still need time for them to review it.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, this concludes the.
Oh, no, 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 no.
What?
My
missing one?
commissioners, my fellow commissioners have to,
It's adjourned.
oh, right, it was adjourned, I'm sorry.
It's adjourned.
We agree with the
It
adjournment.
was a very, very, very long week.
It's adjourned, so you're not going to take testimony from them?
Yes, no, no, you're absolutely right.
Okay, so I thought, okay. This concludes the review session for Monday, July 15, 2024. We'll resume, I guess.
So here's a question. Take a 10-minute or do we take a half an hour? Which one?
10 minutes?
10 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay,
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
10-minute break. It's 11:30, so 11:40 we will resume. Thank you.
Thank you. Freezing. It is freezing. Did you use it in the James Road? No, I think it's been because I put it on early this morning because of the smell. Did you guys notice we have? Thanks to Tony. Thanks to me. I thought they had to do it on Saturday, but I guess they get a little time, so. Hey guys, I brought some really baby plums.
I had some.
Extremely juicy
They're very good.
and sweet.
They're very good.
Vegan.
Yeah, just stretching.
So.
Ooh. Oh.
Sure. Oh, shot me. Elise. You went? No. Someone posted a couple. Oh. She had this down and then she changed. Oh. She changed. Oh, very pretty. That's very Travis. In the heat. You're getting too thin at the end.
No, I haven't lost any weight.
No, maybe it's the way you're doing.
Yeah, it's just dark colors and old clothes.
Oh, colors.
Yeah, this is from around larger, so it's like, I'm not buying.
I hate you.
Hearing things.
Whew. Why is my computer screen?
Okay, everyone, we are back live. Our audio's on. Ms. Matias, you may proceed with the public hearing.
Oh, my camera. Hold on just one second. Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for July 15, 2024. We'll begin with the appeals calendar, new cases, item number 11. Right, I'm at the right with them?
Yeah.
Item number 11, 2023-38A, 2121, 2123 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan. Let in Felicia Miller.
Joshua also is part of this?
No, Josh is in the second one.
Okay.
It's Shane Rosengold.
Shane.
Oh, I can't allow
Yeah.
these people in. I can't.
Yeah.
Not
Wait. And who is Anna Love?
No, it would be Shane Rosengold and Felicia Miller, and that's it.
Yeah, I think I allowed both of them.
Yeah. Why am I not a presenter? I'm an attendee. That's all right. I can't let anybody in. We have them?
Is anybody there?
Yes, Shane, do you hear me?
I hear you, Miss Miller.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Miss
Yeah,
Miller.
Shane should be on.
Hi. Let me.
Yeah, you need to put your
thought-
camera on. Miss.
I'm sorry. I thought that it. Okay, there it. I was going to say I thought it was on. My apologies. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone else.
Is there anyone else from your team?
No.
Yeah, Joshua's here, but he's in the next case.
Okay, all right.
Okay. You don't need to be sworn in, so you can begin. Yeah.
And am I able to share documents? Because I was planning on showing the tax maps.
Yes.
And I don't see that.
There should be a
ability.
button on the top right
Yeah.
that says share.
I have it, but it says only it's has a gray. It's not black. It's gray, and it says. Oh, now I have it. Okay.
You do? Okay,
Thank
Yeah.
you, Chase.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chase.
Thank you. Okay. So I will get started. The Department of Building applies to the board to revoke the certificate of occupancy for the premises at 2121-2123 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan, certificate of occupancy number 122349404F, issued in June 2018, which permits 100 open parking spaces with 12 mechanical lifts. The evidence before the department demonstrates that the CO was issued in error based upon misleading information in the application. Accordingly, the department respectfully requests that the board revoke the CO. The premises consists of tax lots 45, 76, 77, and 78. And this is the map from SOLA, and I've just outlined to make it a little clearer so you can see 45 is here. And then 78, 77, and 76 are next to each other over there. Lot 45 is in a R72 residence district with a C24 commercial overlay, which allows commercial uses on the street level. Lots 76, 77, and 78 are in an R72 residence district with no commercial overlay. So you can see the commercial overlay is over here on the avenue. This is Amsterdam Avenue. And then 76, 77, and 78 are only in the R72 district. based on the zoning resolution's 1210 definition of accessory use. Accessory off-street parking spaces are permitted to be located on a different zoning lot from the principal use to which they are related. A public parking lot, which is a use group 8 use, is not a lawful use in an R7 district. However, at the time of CO issuance, zoning resolution section 22-14 allowed accessory uses for community facilities, such as off-street parking, to be permitted in R7 residence districts as use group 4C. Zoning resolution section 25-532 also provides that all permitted or required off-street parking spaces accessory to permitted non-residential uses may be provided in R7 districts on a zoning lot other than the same zoning lot as such uses, provided that all such spaces located in a residence district shall not be further than 200 feet from the nearest boundary of the zoning lot containing such use, and all such spaces located in a commercial district shall not be further than 600 feet from the nearest boundary of such zoning lot. The earliest CO in the department's records for the premises is dated February 20th, 1951, and authorizes a parking lot, quote, a parking lot for more than 5 motor vehicles, quote, on lot 46 and part of lot 45. And then I did pull, you can see in the fire map, here we go. This is the fire map from 1955, and it shows, you can see lot 46 was here, and part of lot 45. And this was 45 and 46 were merged at some point, because we can now see on DOF map that this is all 45, and then 47 is next door.
Yeah, I asked that question because I just wanted to make sure that lot 46 was also on that, within that portion of Amsterdam Avenue with, that was privy to the C overlay.
Yeah, it was on the, it's on Amsterdam Avenue. And then the earliest zoning map that I could find for it is 61. And it would have been, if you can see where my cursor is, it's right here. The whole, all of the lots on the avenue had the commercial overlay in 61. This is the earliest available online zoning map.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
That's it. You're welcome. In March 2015, in Alt 1, I'm sorry, to be clear, the 1951 CO does not authorize parking in the portion of the premises that is now mapped in the R72 districts. That is lots 76, 77, and 78. So it was only covering, let's go back, it was only covering lot 46 and part of 45. So it was not this entire 45, and it did not include the lots in the resident that were only in the residential district. They were not part of the zoning lot for the 51 CO. In March 2015, an Alt 1 application was filed on behalf of the owner to combine zoning lots 45, 76, 77, and 78 to create a public parking lot for 100 cars and obtain a new certificate of occupancy. The application included a note regarding, quote, applicable sections for R7 accessory parking for community facility use, parentheses, New York Presbyterian Hospital Complex on Audubon Avenue between West 166th Street and West 167th Street. And I will just show you, this was the, these are the plans from the application. And you can see this is the note about New York Presbyterian Hospital. And then you can also see this is the diagram, and it shows that the intention was to combine lots 45 over here, and then 78, 77, and 76. And I'm also pointing that out because in the owner's attorney's email to Ms. Mateus last week, he stated that the owner never thought that they were combining, or he writes, they have never believed or maintained that the current CO permits unlimited parking in the residence district zone, except you can clearly see from the plans that it was their intention to include the lots in the residential district, and they also signed the stipulation with oath that we provided as Exhibit D, in which they admit that they've been using the residential, the lots in the residential district. So it was very surprising to me that their attorney represented that that was
Yeah, and
not
I
their
see a note number 5 under general notes, which says proposed change to use group 4C parking lot on lots 45, 76, 77, and 78, public capacity of 101. So you're right in your statement.
Yeah, thank you. So this was an entirely new, surprising argument. So in June 2018, the job was signed off and a final CO was issued. The final CO only lists lot 45, but that was an error. And when I say error, I actually recently learned that COs that were issued from the bid system only include the lowest tax lot number. So even though the administrative code does provide that a new CO should list all tax lot numbers when COs were being issued from BIS, instead of now, we're in the DOB Now program, but at the time in 2018, when the CO was issued, it only had the lowest tax lot number, which is why it only shows lot 45, but it should have listed lots 45, 76, 77, and 78. The CO authorizes a use group 4C use based on the open public parking spaces being accessory to a community facility, that is New York Presbyterian Hospital. The owner has acknowledged that the premises has never had a relationship with the hospital, and since the parking lot does not relate to a community facility use, the CO improperly authorizes an accessory community facility use at the premises. The owner has been given ample time to amend or obtain a new CO. In January 2020, the department became aware that the parking lot was not affiliated with New York Presbyterian Hospital. I'm sorry?
No, forgive me.
Oh. In February 2020, the department met with the owner, their architect, and community representatives, and it was decided that the owner would be given time to reach out to local community facilities to see if they could provide accessory off-street parking for one of them. In April 2020, the owner informed the department that they expected to execute an agreement with the church to provide some of the needed parking spaces. A year later, after nearly monthly meetings with the owner and their team, the owner's filing representative informed the department that the church would not execute an agreement after all because of liability concerns. The owner's attorney then informed the department that they had reached an agreement with a public high school, but they failed to provide an agreement executed by both parties to establish that they would provide accessory off-street parking spaces for the high school. We have given the owner many opportunities to cure the error in the CO. Between February 2020 and June 2023, when we initiated the revocation, or we filed the application for revocation, we met with the owner and their team no less than 22 times. And then during that period, they did file an Alt-1 application, which Commissioner Shonda had asked about, the application that was filed in February 2022. That was a new Alt-1 application, and it had the same, it basically had the same description where it was to merge the zoning lots, but they were to submit an agreement with a community facility. So they did begin the paperwork, but they never filed, they never provided a binding agreement with a community facility.
So is the Alt-1 of February 2, 2022 is the same one as March 15, 2015?
It's a different, they've changed architects, so it is a different, it's a different architect, but the intention is, the purpose is the same. But it's for them to find a different community facility. And we had told them that they could either file a no work alt 1 or an alteration CO application, since they already have a CO, so they need to either do a no work alt 1 or the alteration CO and provide a binding agreement that's executed by both parties.
Okay. That's why the difference in the dates.
Yes, one was for the CO that has been issued, but we don't have any actual, that was issued with the intention that they would be providing the parking for New York Presbyterian Hospital, but since they're no longer, or since they actually never had a relationship with them, we've required the new application with documentation of a relationship with a community facility. For them to continue to use lots 76, 77, and 78. Because those are only in a residential district, so they wouldn't be able to have parking there unless they were affiliated with a community facility. If and when the owner obtains authorization from a community facility to justify the use of the premises as accessory off-site parking spaces, they may reapply for such use. However, at this point, after years of meetings and honoring requests for additional time, we still have not been presented with documentation that requires the parking lot to be used for a community facility, so the premises is not being used as a use group 4C use as authorized by the CO. Rather, the public parking lot is a use group 8 use, which is unlawful in the R72 portion of the zoning lot, that is tax lots 76, 77, and 78. Accordingly, the department requests that the CO be revoked.
I have a question to ask you, because the portion of the lot that is in the CO overlay, the use can operate as of right. The question is with regards to the lots that is in the R72. So if it is the CO was issued for the entirety of the zoning lot. So if you're requesting a revocation of the CO, would it not affect entirety of the zoning lot, including the portion of the lot that is in the C zone?
Yes, we are requesting revocation of the current CO only provides for use group 4C use, and we are asking for the whole CO to be revoked. I also was looking because their last CO is actually from the 60s. So I had started with saying what the historic CO was, but they have one in between from 62 that is lot for sale of used cars, and this was for lots 46 and part of lot 45. So it's not clear to me that would be all of, if they were to revoke, if they were to revert, which is now being proposed by their attorney, I don't know that would be covered. It's only part of 45, so I think if they want to operate without becoming affiliated with a community facility, I believe that they can operate on lot 45, but they do need to come in for a new CO.
But, so here's my question. Can they operate on can the zoning lot be subdivided in a manner where the portion of the zoning lot that is fronting on Amsterdam Avenue, where a public parking or a community facility parking can be permitted as of right? You don't need to distinguish between a public or a accessory parking. Whereas you would need the necessary documents to authorize you to provide parking for the portion of the lot that's in the R72. So can a solution be done where the CO remain applicable only for the portion of the lot that's fronting on Amsterdam, where only commercial use parking would be, any kind of vehicles would be permitted, but you couldn't place it on the portion of the lot that's in 72, and that can easily be done by placing, I think right now both of those spaces are separate physically because there is a fence around the rear lot line of 45. I don't think one can go from 45 to 78. One has to access 76, 77, 78 separately from the side street, and lot 45 can only be accessed from Amsterdam. Is there a way to kind of resolve this issue in that manner? That way the business can continue to operate along Amsterdam, but not on the side street.
Isn't it for an accessory parking lot?
Yeah, they have, we have told
But-
them that they,
Sorry, the reason I'm saying on Amsterdam Avenue, you don't need to prove any documents to show that it's an accessory to parking, provided, because it's a public parking. Anybody can park there. Unless you're specifically seeking.
Right, but I thought the CFO did
They-
say
they need-
4 feet. so they would have
Wait for
to-
the commissioners to finish, Ms.
I
Gold.
thought they would have to change the CFO anyway to enable the public.
Absolutely
parking
right.
in 45.
That is true. Yes, that is true. They would have to change the CO to a public parking for the portion of the lot that's on 45 and not allow.
Hi, Commissioner Otley Brown. Sorry to interrupt. Commissioner Otley Brown, I believe your microphone was off.
Can you, do you want to use that mic?
Do you want me to slide over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my comment or question was in response to Chair Shonda, who had said that she felt that perhaps the C of O would not have to be revoked for the entire site, but only for the lots 76, 77, and 78. And then I had asked the question to her that wasn't the C of O for accessory use group 4C parking, so in any case, it would have to be changing the use group 445 for public parking, which is why I believe the DOB council had said that they wanted to revoke the C of O for all of it, and then I guess in this case, the respondent would have to then apply for a new C of O for public parking for lot 45, and then, you know, for the other 3 lots, they would have to link up with a use group for community facility to make it accessory parking for those 3 lots.
As you state, that I agree, but that wasn't clear from the statement of the documents. So thank you for the clarification. Yeah. Ms. Gould, please proceed. Is that
I was sorry to interrupt. That's actually exactly what I was going to say, which is that they could come in and get a new CO for just lot 45 as of right. But the issue with the current CO is that it is for community, it's for 4C community facility use. So they can't, they should not be operating under the current CO, but they could operate on just lots 45 under a new CO.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And thank you, Commissioner Brown. Yep. Proceed, Ms. Gould. I'm sorry to have.
I think that answers, I believe that answers the questions that were posed. Did you have any additional questions?
So the question I had was, since zoning resolution section 75-532 requires a DOB determination, what is the process DOB goes through in issuing CO for off-street parking in such situation?
I know in this case, they had filed the Alt-1 and an AI-1. And I believe we did, and we were requiring an agreement, as I said, executed by both parties, the community facility owner and the property owner. And I know that, I believe the plan examiner had looked at the distances of the community facilities from the property, and that hadn't been an issue. The community facilities that they found were within the
The required distance.
the requirements. That wasn't the issue that we were having, but it was discussed. I think it was reviewed how far they were, and they were appropriate, or they met the statute. But the issue is that we needed to see an agreement that was binding on both parties, as opposed to just an agreement prepared by the parking lot owner that they were going to provide accessory parking.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification for the record. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the commissioners?
So we're going to leave the record open for
Do we need
the,
to go to the public?
we can go to the public.
Yeah, we need to go to the public.
Yeah. So that's true, sorry. Yeah.
I'm assuming, Ms. Gould, you don't have any additional material to present. If not, then we can go to the public.
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Put the screen up, Jella?
Oh, I will stop my sharing.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, please, thank you, so we can.
I apologize. Give me something to share.
Okay, thank you. So the case that we're currently discussing is, excuse me. Sorry, let me just put this timer back on, for some reason it's not working. Case we're currently discussing is 2023-38A, 2121 to 2123 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-893-7101. You will enter the phone conference ID number 355-654-743 and press the pound sign. There'll be a brief hold and you'll wait to be admitted. Once you're admitted, you press star 5 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute to be able to speak. And if you're calling by the website, if you're entering by the website, the meeting ID number is 214-422-999-948, and the passcode is lowercase n as in Nancy, 7C, uppercase C, uppercase Y, uppercase Z, and lowercase w as in Wendell. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes each in which to discuss.
Okay.
That screen is annoying, then it keeps going.
Ms. Gould, we will have to keep the record open, even though all the information that you've provided and based on the review of all the documents submitted, we agree with the request, the reasons for revocation. We do need to keep the record open under circumstances and let the owner have the opportunity to make its submission and respond to all the questions or comments that were raised at today's hearing. Yes, Vice Chair Shomita?
I was wondering if the board would want to give a timeline for it.
If
If the board would want to give a timeline for the appellee to respond and then give the department an opportunity to respond to that.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, we should reach out to, I think you already have. Okay.
We've reached out to the appellee to ask for all available dates for board upcoming hearings that would be available to attend. We have not heard back.
Okay. I would though say if by August we do not have a date set up,
Okay.
I'm going to call a meeting. I'm going to and recommend that we close. And it's there is no reason for the appellee not to be able to schedule a meeting date. So if by August, first week of August, if by first week of August we do not get any response from the appellee regarding a date, and it has to be within I would say I want this to be heard in September, October latest.
I think he was meaning to do that.
It cannot be more than beyond
Back
that.
out.
Yeah. So if the date cannot be accommodated, I just do not see any reason.
We can pick a date and even if it's the later of the September or October,
We
and
can-
have a written response needed by a certain date, so DOB has enough time to respond to it.
I actually agree with you. I
set
think
up
it
a
makes
schedule
sense
now?
because this is a DOB application.
Let's set a
So
schedule.
we should set up a schedule based on DOB's timeframe and submission and send that to the appellee
Okay.
and they have to respond to that. But it cannot, we have to have this hearing, if not in August, I understand it's summertime, definitely September and October. I think we have one hearing in September, right?
So we have a hearing in September 9th, 10th, and then 30th of September, October 1st.
We can shoot for 30th of September.
30th
Does
of
that work
September?
for Ms. Gould, for DOB?
I believe though, let me just, the 30th, that works for me. Felicia Miller,
That's for hearing,
Yes, that works for me too.
Yeah.
That's fine.
for hearing. Okay.
thank you.
Do we want to set
So
up a
then
written
2 weeks
response?
before-
Yeah, so let's reverse engineer from September 30th, when then the appellee has to provide a response. And then that
August
would give,
26th? Maybe he would do August 28th,
yeah,
and then August 28th, and then, no, it's 1.
how much time,
Does DOB think they could respond within 1 week of appellants?
They usually do.
Yes, except I'm going to be out of the office from the 27th to September 2nd. So if that's that week, then unfortunately that's like that week would not work.
For DOB.
okay, so why don't we do one thing? Our team will get back to you
Yeah.
and propose a date that works for you and we'll work backwards. But I do not want to stretch this beyond October. If we have to push it to October, if at all, we do that because that has to work within everybody's schedule, but no later than that.
We'll schedule to provide the appellee an opportunity for submission and DOB the opportunity to reply.
Yes, and that's it.
And that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And it would be in that order.
Yeah.
We'd heard nothing from the public?
Mhm.
It hasn't
No.
made a formal submission. No, no one's called.
And just note that the appellee has not to date made a formal submission on this record.
Right. Yes, thank you. Okay,
Okay, move on.
yes, thank you, Ms. Gould.
Great.
Okay, the
Thank you,
next-
Commissioner Shonda, and all the other commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 12, 2024-15A, 280 East Houston Street, Manhattan. This will be Mikhail Schenker,
Okay.
Joshua from DOB, Joshua Pohl, and, I don't know, Felicia, and then also Michael Zoltan representing the property owner,
Joshua Paul,
is DOB.
So
Michael Schenker is the applicant, Mikhail Schenker, sorry.
yes, Michael.
And then, I thought I saw Mr. Zoltan. No, I thought I saw, oh, yes, Michael Zoltan and Sean Dawson.
Do you, oh, there I see Michael Zoltan.
Before we begin, can I ask for a 2-minute pause?
Who is talking?
That's Mr. Schenker.
Yeah.
Okay, trying to get him. And Nick Hawkins?
Who? Oh, you were able to find them?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
They
you.
here.
You're much faster than I am.
Yeah, I can't let anybody else. Oh, you got it? Okay. Nick is not in, is he in? Oh, they raised up. Lower
Yeah.
your hands, please. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? That's it. And Felicia, right? I don't know. Mr. Schenker, is there anyone else attending with you in your party?
Thais Brown, my client. Mr.
Yeah, he's
Thais
been
Brown.
admitted.
Yes. Can I ask for 1 minute pause before I begin my presentation?
Sure. 1 minute. Right, and then everyone please put their cameras on.
Is Shingo Google also part of this case?
Mikhail Schenker is the applicant.
No, Josh Cole is.
Or Josh Paul is?
DOB for Josh Paul, yes. Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. And Nick is from developers team or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've retired.
And, okay, sorry, what's your last name? I only see Nick H, so I would like to know.
Hawkins, Hockens.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Schenker, please let us know when you're ready. It's your case.
Are you ready, Mr. Schenker?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, please state your name for the record and present.
My name is Mikhail Schenker. I'm the attorney for Mr. Thais Brown, and I'm the appellant in this case. May I share the screen?
Go ahead.
Yes.
I'm trying to share it, and it says I have to. Google Chrome may not be able. Later, okay.
Yeah, you should be able to do it.
Just 1 second.
It's up in the upper
Yep, 1 second.
corner.
Do you see
Corner
it?
is the share.
Yes. Do you see it?
No.
No, we don't see the
It asked me for permission to share, and then because I'm on the browser.
That's something on your computer that you have to enable permissions.
Correct. That's what I'm doing, and then it asks me to. It will restart Chrome. 1 second.
Okay. May I make a suggestion? Whatever you're going to propose, whatever you're going to use for presentation, do you want to share that? Do you want to share that with our team, and we can share it from here? Because anyway, it's a part of the public record.
1 second. Yes, Exhibit H.
I can share it.
There was several present. Hold on, let me.
I will share it.
Okay, Commissioner, you share it. Please indicate which document you want to be
Exhibit
shared.
H.
That's it.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. This is the tax. This is the map dating back to 1952 that shows the portion of Block 397 that was taken for eminent domain. It's marked with additional lands and supplemental additional lands. And to the left, you see a portion that. So most of the entire lot, the section that was marked widening of East Houston Street, that was raised. The map was adopted, and the remainder, starting with what is identified lot 63 onward, is the current lot 63. That was the lot that was sold by the city, and that's the subject of the Board of Estimate Resolution 64-A. This is the map, and so to the left of it, the left corner that's beyond 63, that's a section, eastern section of what's marked as Lot 3. That section, that tract of land, that portion, was not sold together with Lot 63. And the accuracy of this map has not been disputed by either the DOB or the developer team. On December 15, 1961, when the zoning resolution was adopted, the Lot 63 that was subject to the sale by the city was owned in common with the tract of land that's on that's marked that was marked up for eminent domain taken. That was that later became Lot 65. And if I can ask that you open exhibit number.
Can't access it.
1 second. Exhibit I.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the tax map that I found on the Department of Finance website. And on the Department of Finance website, this map actually, it starts from 1968-2008, so that covers 40-year period. You see Lot 63 in the left corner, in the bottom, and then next to it is what became later Lot 65. That's the sliver of land that was within the eminent domain taken by the city. And that was not sold together with Lot 63. So that means that on December 15, 1961, the best evidence that we have on record is that on that date, Lot 63 was owned commonly together with the sliver of Lot 3 that was taken by eminent domain, that was not sold together with Lot 63. Later on, it becomes that sliver of land becomes Lot 65. It's not clear that history is not clear, but it is later after 61 onward. How it transforms into private ownership, how it's moved from the city owned property, but that is on that date, on that particular date, the best evidence we have there, and I didn't see any other map that would indicate otherwise, or the records, property records that would indicate otherwise. That was owned commonly by the city. If you look at ZR 23-52B, it specifically provides in the districts indicated, if an interior lot was owned separately and individually from all other adjoining tracts of land, both on December 15, 1961, and on the date of application for building permit. I want to concentrate on December 15, 1961. The Lot 6 to qualify, and remember, the rear yard reduction is not a rule, it's an exception. The applicant has the burden to show entitlement to it. To qualify for under the amended Section B, which was amended to 2016, the applicant has to show that Lot 63 was owned separately and individually from all other adjoining tracts of land. Tract of land does not necessarily mean a zoning lot or a lot of record or tax lot. It can be any portion of land. So the 1952 map establishes that that Lot 63, thank you, Lot 63 was owned together with the sliver of land that fell outside of Lot 63 that later became Lot 65, which means it does not qualify for rear yard reduction. The Department of the DOB cited a case in its opposition, Garrettson, that basically stated, well, it's not really the plain meaning of the language that we need to implement. It's the purpose behind this regulation. And if you take that sliver of land that later became Lot 65, put it together with Lot 63, in 1961, you still have these shallow lot conditions unchanged. In 1961, neither lot qualified for shallow lot treatment because at that time the requirement was maximum depth, and the requirement was 70 feet. So the maximum depth had to be 70 feet. At the widest point, each of these tracts of land, the lot 63 and the lot and the area adjacent to it, was more than 70 feet. So putting them together does not make sense. But more importantly, what the DB does not tell you that in the 2012 decision by the BSA Hovenden method of 157-12A, the the BSA specifically rejected that reasoning and stated the board knows that it determined the Garrison Avenue case based on those facts failing to satisfy the requirements of ZR 23-33 and not based on the statement that ZR 23-33, and that's a different provision in the ZR, but it contains the same requirements, the lack of common ownership. Intent is to prohibit an owner who could have developed combined lots from developing an existing small lot. So the BSA has determined it's not the purpose that matters, it is the clear language. The plain meaning of language 23-52 says was owned separately and individually from all other adjoining tracts of land on December 15, 1961. The applicant has the burden when it files an application and tells the building department, we satisfy this requirement, to show the ownership records. They have not done so. And the only option for them is to seek a variance. Because simply, and because the developers team is trying to say, well, we created a zoning lot after December 15, 1961, and we are relying not on paragraph B, but on paragraph C. That's not possible. They cannot simply take an existing lot and create a new one, even if they could. This zoning lot existed on December 15, 1961. So paragraph B applies to it. They have to show entitlement via paragraph B. And with regard to another time frame, with regard to the time when the application is made, the application was formally made on December 23, 2021. And I asked the board to open Exhibit P. It's a BPP application, PW1. Okay. If you scroll down to the last page, please. Okay, here we go. Okay, I was not able to find the PW1 form that commenced this application. And the DB and the developer have not shared it either. But this is the closest thing that I got in that time frame. This is a related BPP application. And it is, if you see, it was signed by, and you don't see signatures because they filed on DB now, so they have signed it electronically. It is signed by Daniel Hirsch on behalf of 200 East Houston Street. This is the entity that was one of the condominium owners of Lot 1303 that later became, that is now Lot 58. If you look at point 20, and at that time, on December 23, 2021, the entire lot 63 that became lot 7503 in 2016, when the condominium was formed on that lot, at that time when the application was made here with regard to lot 58, it was owned by the condominium. So the application has to be signed, 26A, condo co-op board, never signed. And there is nothing indicating in the DAB Now system that it was ever countersigned approved by the board. If it was never approved by the board on December 23, 2021, and they do not have an application showing the board approval or countersignment, they cannot use that particular date to satisfy 23-52. And the next available date is the date when they got a GC permit, February 29, 2024, this year. At that time, this lot was not individually owned. It was owned by one entity, actually by the tenancy in common, and then separately it was owned by the other portion, the zoning lot was owned by the condominium. So my argument is twofold in that regard. With regard to subdivision of the tax lot of 7503, when the current lot 58 was spun out of the condominium, that subdivision did not create a new tax lot. It could not. That was a tax lot subdivision. I've included with my reply that I filed, and together with I filed a reply this Friday. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but I've also included Exhibit N2 to my amended statement of facts. It contains subdivision application file. If you open it, you will see there is no zoning analysis made part of that application. Therefore, the zoning lot that we are talking about, it's the same the zoning lot 63 that was existed on December 15, 1961. So my argument is and my main argument is very clear. Look at 1952 map. It was adopted by the Board of Estimate. It's the official map. It shows the exact area where the city took eminent possession of the existing block 397. It shows where it cut it. It shows what portion remained. Then you look at the Board of Estimate resolution, and it's Exhibit J, if I may ask the board to open it.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so it identifies lot 63 in block 397 as the one that is set for selling, and it's dated October 3, 1961, before December 15, 1961. And then there is Exhibit E, auction deed. That's when 1962. That's exactly when this is the first transfer from the city pursuant to this resolution to the private owner. Can we open Exhibit E, please?
We have read through all the exhibits that were submitted, so.
I just want to make sure that the scene. Yeah. Okay. Second page. Yes. And if you scroll down, it contains meets and bounds. It is the same. It is the same meets and bounds that pertain to the zoning lot that is the subject of this application. So we have lot 63. We have a sliver of land next to lot 63 that later became lot 65. On December 15, 1961, according to the 1952 map, and there is no other map in between 1952 and 1968, and there are no other evidence submitted by the DAB developer. The lot 63 and the tract of land next to the lot 63 were in common ownership by the city. Therefore, they do not qualify for under 23-52B. And that's my main argument. With regard to the calculation, I don't think we need to get there simply because this is dispositive. The developer wishes to apply 23-52C, simply claiming that there were the shell conditions that are subject to the reduced rear yard requirement. They didn't change from 1961 until today. That may be true, but the 23-52C does not apply.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have a question here, and I'm probably missing the point you're trying to make, but we should be talking about lot 58 here.
Yeah.
That's
lot
a
50,
significant
lot 50.
That's the subject lot of this appeal is lot 58.
And
No.
and lot 58 is part of a zoning lot, and what I would say, how the zoning lot is treated has, the way the rules and regulations have been applied to the entire zoning lot is consistently being applied per zoning resolution sections that you have stated, including 1210 to all the sections related to rear yard reductions. And so there is no difference in the way the entire zoning lot has been treated over the period of time. And I don't see why it would be different with regards to the subject tax lot, which is 53.
58.
Sorry, 58.
I'm talking about the zoning lot. I'm not talking about subdivided lot 58, where the
Well,
new
you
building.
did bring up the, with regards to the application form and other things. So that's one of the, and the application of whatever is going to. So on the zoning lot, you can have multiple developments, and with each development, the regulations get applied, but there has to be a consistency across the entire zoning lot. And I don't see anything different that is being applied on the subject zoning lot that is different from the development that has already occurred on the remaining portion of the zoning lot.
The development that previously existed on the
There was no
western
development
side-
on this entire zoning lot.
No, there was.
It was
In
it was a
19
one-story building. That was it. It was a one-story building.
No, that's incorrect. There is a tall multiple dwelling building that went up at the end of the 80s.
Okay.
It was owned by the same people the same owner who owned the current lot 58.
I don't understand the issue associated. If it was built in the 1980s, there was a building on that. Okay, fine, I'm wrong. There was a building in 1980s which consisted of 12 residential building on this zoning lot, and then subsequently it was subdivided to allow for other development. What is the issue? Where did I don't see the connection between that and the reduction of the rear yard depth. I think we're mixing too many things. Please stay focused on what you have submitted. What you have submitted is you're arguing the issue of the rear yard reduction is not applicable, which has nothing to do with how many times the zoning lot gets subdivided. As long as it's legal and it's permitted pursuant to 1210, that's not the question before us.
They can subdivide the lot as many times as they want. That's my point. But it remains the same zoning lot that existed.
Nobody disputes that. So I'm not quite sure why are you raising that?
Because the developer raised a point and an argument, and the DB, that they created a new zoning lot, which after December 15, 1963, which would make paragraph C of 23-52
No,
applicable to
I think you're misreading what the developer is saying. Hypothetically, if one were to look at it, if let's say your argument that we're using the definition of 1210 to determine what is separately owned, you're actually kind of disconnecting what a zoning lot is. And what we are saying is, if assuming your argument, I mean, I think, and developer can correct me if I'm wrong, if the developer is saying, assuming your argument that both of these were considered one zoning lot, the rules of zoning resolution subsection C would still apply and would therefore allow for reduction of rear yard. That's how I believe the developer is making the argument. What we are in disagreement with you, I think if I can speak for the commissioners, is that the zoning lot, there were two separate zoning lots. And what was the former lot? that was subsequently subdivided and contains the subject lot in question, and the lot that was also commonly held at that time were two distinct zoning lots. And therefore, what is being considered by pursuant to Section 2B of the rear yard reduction applied to that entire zoning lot that was disposed of by Board of Estimate in 1961 and then sold in 1962 of August. That is one zoning lot, and therefore does not matter that city at one point or any entity at one point owned these two lots, but they were two separate distinct zoning lots. And therefore, the rules are applying to the zoning lot in question, not because they were commonly held. I think you're misreading the statement which says, and there is no code regulations, there are no laws or anything that otherwise would apply the way you're insisting it applies.
Okay.
But just because they were commonly held, therefore two zoning lots, two commonly held zoning lots, and therefore they were not separately owned, therefore they do not qualify for 73 for the rear yard reduction is not the way this text is read and has been interpreted all throughout.
Okay, 1 second. Well, the two, when you say two zoning lots, one zoning lot is the historic lot 63. What's the other zoning lot?
Well, there's the, I have to look at the zoning lot numbers. I have to look through my notes. Come on, this is.
Because there was a tract of land that later became lot 65. What it was on December 15, 1961 is not clear. But let's assume it was also a separate zoning lot. It does not matter. If it was in common ownership on December 15, 1961, the plain wording of the statute controls. If you have one lot, lot 63, and then next to it you have a small other thing, call it tract of land, call it zoning lot of record.
I think we heard you and we disagree with you. That's the commissioner has read through your argument and commissioner read through all the submissions you have made, and we respectfully disagree with your interpretation of this text.
But Chairperson, when I'm reading from the words was owned separately and individually from all other adjoining tracts of land. Now, what does that mean to you? Because I want to understand the board's reading so that maybe I'm wrong, but I'm trying to understand what does that mean to you? Was owned separately and individually from all other adjoining tracts?
Yes, this was a separate tract of land, as you yourself agreed in your document. Lot 63, former Lot 63, which contains the subject tax lot in question, was separately was a separate tract of land, and so was Lot 65, a separate tract of land, and therefore these two separate tracts of land, even though there was common ownership, has no is not the critical factor. It's the way zoning law determines it. If zoning law, if it was one zoning law, that would be a different question, and in that case, Section C, subsection C would apply, and
so I apologize for interrupting. What you are saying is that it does not matter that they had one common owner. They were
the whole intent of the text.
The
whole intent of the text was a person would own commonly and would keep subdividing it in a manner where one of the lots would become eligible for where it allowed for a rear or any reduction of side yard or rear yard. And this was to prevent that kind of nature of subdivision. This subdivision was not done with that intent. This subdivision was clearly was done with the clear understanding that Lot 65 had a residential building and Lot 63 was a vacant, irregular lot which could not be developed by any city entity that tried to consider it, and therefore it was sold off. And Lot 65 had a residential home, so there was no reason for them to dispose that to sell at that point. I mean, whatever the decision city had, we are speculating at that time. However, those were two separate zoning lots because they were sold separately and they were held separately.
Further, I'm not sure I'm convinced that New York City being an owner is going to qualify to be, is the same as a private entity being an owner. And we have plenty of cases that we've used the New York City's foreclosing on a property to break common chain of title. So to say that they both own, it's both owned by New York City, there's nothing that supports that New York City, this statute was to regulate New York City ownership at that time. That for me is a bigger question, but I've seen your papers on it. If you have anything in addition to add, I suggest you put set in writing, because speaking it out right now is not really helping your case.
I filed a reply on this Friday. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to review it. And I cited a case.
It was submitted close of business, and I can't speak for the other board members, but I had a chance only to glance at it. So you cannot expect us to review the whole document and digest everything after filing.
I apologize for filing so late. I got developers' opposition only on Tuesday, so I had only like 2.5 days to do it. But I cited a Hamilton case, which I asked the board to read carefully, because it does, even though it concerns a different zoning resolution section, it talks about the satisfying the exception to small lot requirements, and it talks about the common ownership. And in that case, the DB argued you had one lot owned by a husband. Next to it was a lot owned by husband and wife as tenants by the entirety. And the DOB did not give permission for the exception to the general requirements under that section, because they claimed the husband had control of both lots, could have merged them and developed them together, thereby this was not the type of subdivision that the purpose of the section was served. And the BSA said, regarding the purpose behind this, the reasoning, the sentiment, Chairperson Chandra, that you mentioned, the BSA said it does not matter. There is a plain wording. If there is common ownership, and the BSA determined that husband and wife owning together, that was separate ownership structure. That was not common ownership. And they discussed the property, the BSA discussed the property rights issue and the property law behind whether it was commonly owned, whether the owner of two separate zoning lots was common.
Okay, thank you for enlightening us with your argument. I would say, if let's assuming that your argument holds that because these were commonly held at the time of December 15, 1961, I would say subsection C would apply, and then the development as proposed can still proceed. Thank you very much. I would like to hear from DOB, followed by the developer team.
Your microphone's not on.
Sorry.
Identify yourself for the record. Your microphone's not working.
Yeah, please.
Now it is, right? Sorry about that.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, hello, I'm Joshua Pohl, Assistant General Counsel at the Department of Buildings. I believe that my supervisor, Felicia Miller, is on. I'm not positive. So, the Department of Buildings approved the new building permit because the zoning lot, which was originally lot 63 and is now composed of tax lots 1301, 1302, and 58, qualifies for the special provisions for shallow interior lots under zoning resolution section 2352. The requirements under 2352B are that it be owned separately and individually on December 15, 1961, and on the date of application for a building permit, and that it is less than 90 feet at any point. 90 feet deep. The depth of a required rear yard or portion thereof for such interior lot may be reduced by 6 inches for every foot by
Mr.
which the zoning law.
Paul, sorry to, can you speak closer to the mic because your
Yeah,
word is coming out a
absolutely,
little
absolutely.
choppy.
Is this better?
Yeah.
This is better, yes.
Okay. So, the zoning lot meets these requirements because, it meets the individual requirement because it was owned by New York City. And, that's based on the Board of Estimate resolution that shows that the city put tax lot 63 up for auction and then it was sold for auction. That it was put up for auction prior to December 15th, 1961 and sold after December 15th, 1961. So the best evidence is that New York City was the only owner. Now, the separately requirement, we say was also met because the adjacent land west, the parcel that was west of the zoning lot, would, if it had been combined, it would still have qualified as a shallow lot under the current code. And, that was sort of the purpose of this rule, was to prevent someone from subdividing a lot that would qualify, that would be able to have a full-size backyard and create a shallow condition.
So you're basically saying, so just so I clear, because I didn't hear the last part, I think what you're saying is that if you had the combined lot and if you didn't have the combined lot, the outcome would be the same.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, appellant made a number of assertions regarding the ownership, which we didn't think were relevant. We already described the adjacent lot. Then the appellant said that they didn't have a private owner, which is not a requirement in the zoning resolution. Also, that the property was not in the possession of any individual or entity that could own it separately, independently and separately from adjoining parcels, because it was owned by New York City. Again, we didn't find that New York City as an owner is somehow ineligible for this provision. And the appellant also stated that the city didn't control the land within the meaning of fee ownership, and we felt that the city's choice not to occupy the land or rescind it from the auction doesn't mean that they didn't control it. And the zoning resolution makes no reference to the term fee ownership. And there's no requirement for it to be an individual or entity, or is there any reason to believe that New York City is not an entity? Now, on the date the permit was applied for, which was December 23rd, 2021, the lot was owned by an unincorporated association of condominium owners. And that counts as an individual, and they own no adjacent land. This is stuff that the appellant included in their appeal. So it's really not contested. The appellant makes assertions about ownership after that date, such as the date the permit was advanced, but those are not relevant to 2352, which only talks about the date that the permit was applied for. Now, since the zoning lot meets the requirements and qualifies as a shallow interior lot, it's eligible for a reduced rear yard. DOB reviewed the ZB1 and determined that the zoning lot meets the rear yard requirement because the measurement technique used by the developer is allowed by the zoning resolution and is consistent with methods allowed by the Department of Buildings in the past. The definition of rear yard line is a line drawn parallel to a rear lot line at a distance equal from the depth of the required rear yard. The correct method for determining the depth is to measure the distance between the rear lot line and a line drawn parallel to the rear lot line, and that must be done perpendicular to the rear lot line. It's the only way to measure the distance between two lines, parallel lines. The appellant's assertions that the reduced rear yard requirement was not met because the measurement should be done perpendicular to the front lot line don't find support in the zoning resolution, and the Department of Buildings found that the rear yard does meet the requirement with the reduced shallow lot provision. And I guess that's it.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, so when you do subdivision of lots, you do look at that time, the, well, anybody can subdivide, but you do ensure that the zoning lot, subdivided zoning lot would meet all the underlying regulations. You,
Yes. You mean if someone applies for like a permit to build, then yes, that's what we review.
okay. Any questions or comments for DOB team?
Mr. Zoltan.
Okay, Mr. Zoltan?
I'm actually going to pass over the mic to my colleague, Nick Hawkins.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hawkins.
Commissioner, Chair, Commissioners, we agree. We agree with the comments that the chair and others made this morning in review session. The zoning lot is the basic unit of the basic regulatory unit. Excuse me. To which zoning regulations are applied. This has been the case since the adoption of the zoning resolution in 1961. I think it's uncontested that Lot 63 was a separate 1210A zoning lot on December 15, 1961, and on the date of the DOB permit, and therefore is entitled to rely on 2352B. I think if you look at the language that the appellant is citing in 2352B, this language about was owned separately and individually from all other adjoining tracts of land, that is essentially describing a 1210B zoning lot, right? Which is defined as a tract of land either subdivided or consisting of two or more contiguous lots of record located within a single block on December 15, 1961. When this text was adopted, this subparagraph B was, in the original 1961 zoning resolution. They didn't really, what we're trying to get at here is that if you had a 1210B zoning lot or could form a 1210B zoning lot, then you weren't allowed to take advantage of the shallow lot provisions by removing that, by eliminating that 1210B zoning lot. But that's not what's happening. That's the policy rationale. It's the clear policy rationale for this provision. And you're absolutely correct that it's the definition of zoning lot where the language about ownership of the zoning lot is regulated in the zoning resolution. There was no, in 1961, when the text was originally drafted, there was no zoning exhibit there were no zoning exhibits, right? That came after 1977. So what they're getting at in this language is saying if you're a 1210B zoning lot, you can't get out of providing a full rear yard if you subdivide that 1210B zoning lot. But that wasn't the case here. We're a 1210A zoning lot and have always been a 1210A zoning lot.
Thank you for the explanation. I don't think that was was that in your statement?
May not have been as clear in our statement.
Yes, it would be helpful. I think that is a good read of the way the progression of the 1210 zoning lot definition happened.
And we have the architect here just to touch on the question that the board asked about the compliance with the distance, the corner lot provisions, rear yard lot provisions, and that's Sean Dawson.
Yeah.
So let me turn it over to him.
Is he?
He is. I can see him. Okay. There he is.
All right.
I'm here. If you'd like, I can also share my screen and just show the DOB approved zoning documents that might help clarify.
Go ahead. Do you have the share permission?
It's not popping up yet, but Okay, I got it now. Thank you. Okay. Did everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the approved zoning set from DOB. I'll just highlight this little piece of text here. 23,541 and more relevant 33,301 states that no rear yard shall be required within 100 feet of the intersection of two street lines. On the next sheet here, I'll just highlight it takes a second to switch over. So this is our zoning lot. We don't actually become a corner lot because of the angle of the streets. We don't actually reach the corner of Avenue B, but we are within 100 feet of this intersection of these two streets. So there is a section here that's within 100 feet of the intersection that does not have a rear yard required.
Okay.
So that I hope answers that question. Thank you.
And that would be regardless of whatever the shape of the zoning lot was, whether it had 65 included or 63.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
Public?
Want to go to the public and then?
All right, then let's go to the public.
May I reply?
Oh, yeah, yes, please do.
Okay. With regard to the dichotomy between 12-10A zoning lot and 12-10B zoning lot, I would direct the board's attention to the Exhibit M of the developer's opposition that submitted a DOB draft bulletin from 2022. It hasn't been adopted, but and it's a copy paste from the 2018 draft bulletin by Tom Fiorella. And it discusses the difference between 12-10A and B lots. And it describes that B lots really apply to any building existing pre-1938, and that on December 15, 1961, or date of applicable subsequent amendment, straddled tax lot lines, or that the Department of Record of Development of a building on one lot of record that lied on the lot area of the adjoining lot of record. And they describe on page, and this is page 8 of 10 of the building's bulletin, they talked about that this B applies only to the lots of records that when they were developed, they were interdependent. The floor area of one was used for the building of one structure. So if what Mr. Hawkins says, this language applies only to 10B lot, you're narrowing the application 23-52B to a very small sliver of zoning lots. That's not.
I don't think. I don't think that is what the board is saying or DOB is saying, or actually the developer is saying.
If the whole point of the 12-10B lot is to take separate portions and treat them as one joint zoning lot. I just want to finish. As one zoning lot. That means that next to it, there is nothing. I mean, if you keep adding commonly owned parcels into one zoning lot, then you cannot have a condition where they are commonly owned, thereby disqualifying you from a rear yard reduction in rear yard requirements. This is a 12-10A zoning lot. Agreed. I agree. My whole point, my whole argument is this is precisely what Mr. Hawkins said. 12-10A zoning lot. It's an interior lot. An interior lot, the language is 23.52 talks about interior lots. An interior lot is any zoning lot.
Thank you. We have, yes.
One thing I want to point out to you is Exhibit B to my reply. It's a Hovenden VSA decision. I asked the board members to read it. Okay, and you will see. Thank you.
Let's go to the public.
Let's go to the public. screen up, Joe. Thank you. So the case we are currently discussing is 2024-15A, 280 East Houston Street. Should you wish to comment, dial 646-893-7101. You will enter phone conference ID number 355-654-743 and press the pound sign. There will be a brief hold and you'll wait to be admitted. Once you're admitted, press star 5 to raise your hand, press star 6 to unmute to be able to speak. If you're on the website, in Microsoft Teams, the meeting ID number is 214-422-999-948, and the passcode is lowercase n as in Nancy, the number 7, uppercase C as in Carol, Y as in yellow, uppercase Z as in zebra, and the lowercase w as in Wendell. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Sorry.
Okay. I am, given that what has been presented, submitted to the board and what has been stated today, it hasn't changed my opinion. It hasn't, it hasn't convinced me that DOB was wrong in its interpretation and its application, and therefore issuance of the building permit. I want to kind of take a sense from the commissioners, because I think based on that, I am inclined to close this application. I want to get a read from the commissioners as to where you stand based on what has been stated so far.
Seeing that there was a submission on Friday, and I didn't know that happened. I did not review it.
Okay.
I think DOB should have the opportunity to respond to that.
Mm-hmm. But we can close it. And,
Yeah, we can close it.
We could close it and leave the record.
Okay.
The final DOB signature response.
All right. So my suggestion would be that we close the hearing, keep the record open, because the appellant made a submission very late in the day of Friday, well, I would say close to 5 p.m. Some of us did not, I mean, I barely glanced through it. So all of us, we need to review it. At the same time, give opportunity both to DOB and the developers team to respond to that submission. And also for all 3 of you to respond to the comments that were raised here for any clarification that needs to be made. So I'm going to ask that the appellant submit a document no more than 5 pages, because you don't have anything new to submit to respond to. Everything that has been stated today should be responded to in writing. And for the developers team and for the DOB team, I will allow for 10 page, because you have to respond to what the appellant has submitted and whatever was raised today. So no more than 10-page submission from both of your teams, and that should be all done simultaneously. So we will pick a date.
We'll reach out to you.
We'll reach out to you and coordinate a date that would be appropriate and allow for you to all make the necessary submission.
Do you want to close this?
Yeah, I make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. So are we going to break for lunch or are we going to keep going? It's 1:11.
Okay, I think we should take a lunch break. And we shall resume at 1:40.
1:40?
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break and we'll resume at 1:40 PM. Sorry, Matt. You going to come back? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
He's
Okay, board members, we are live, we are streaming, we are recording. Ms. Matias, you may proceed.
I'm gonna put the screen back up, or take that off, Jella. Good afternoon, this is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for July 15th, 2024. We're back on the record, special order calendar, continued hearing items, 805 79BZ, 88 Pine Street, Manhattan.
Before we proceed, Ms. Matias and Commissioner Otley Brown, please turn on your cameras.
Oh,
I did, it's just not coming through.
mine's on, sorry. Also, please note for the record that Commissioner Shetta is not in attendance.
Okay, so for.
There you are. Thank you.
Fred Becker?
Yeah. Is
I can't let anybody in, so.
in the room. Yes, I see him. Okay. Anyone else? I just admitted Fred Becker.
Put your camera on, sir. It's gonna take so long. Camera. Mr. Becker?
Thought I just admitted him.
Huh?
Okay,
You got it?
all good?
Good. Is there
Yes,
anyone with you,
it's-
sir?
Just me, myself, and I,
Okey doke.
all three of us.
Yes, good. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to the board members' questions at review session?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed. I said that.
Frederick A. Becker, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I listened to your comments this morning in executive session. I've spoken with the architectural team on this as well. I have some responses for you, and then we will need time to respond more fully. With regard to the chairs, we are confused as well about the missing chairs, not saying they aren't missing. We will look into that. We will look into a potential alternative of something more permanent. We will also look at additional amenities if we are going to receive some relief from the Board of Standards and Appeals, and we will provide an additional sign near the entrance as well. With regard to the security desk that we need, as every building in New York City has a major security desk, despite any sort of access with cards or keys, etc., up the escalators into the elevators. So that is very important to us, and we can provide a more detailed,
Yeah. So, Mr. Becker, I definitely do not question the need for a security desk, and that needs to be. Can you hear me, Mr. Becker?
Yes, I can. Yes, I hear you. Yes.
Yeah, we're just having some room. So
I hear you. I hear you. Yes.
I think we recognize the need for front desk for security purposes. The question is, the argument that was made that it is needed for managing elevators and everything. There are many other ways that's done where the front desk doesn't have to be moved to the center of the lobby. It can still, I mean, most of the situations, the front desk is located on the side or above the wall.
That's neither here nor there.
Yeah, and that is not for us to design. That is not the situation that's before us. But you're making that argument, and all I'm saying is I'm not convinced by the need for the relocation. I understand you need to update your security devices and all that, but that still doesn't address the question of why the vestibule cannot be located in a different manner.
Okay. The issue with, I understood the argument about the creep of the floor area. I understood the argument about the sidewalk access as provided to you. With regard to the Energy Conservation Code, which was raised on page 3 of our submission to you in June, in April 2024, on page 3, there was an extensive discussion with a quote, a citing of the code section, why the Energy Conservation Code was required and why it was triggered. So I can resubmit that to you, but it was submitted once previously.
I don't think we were convinced, it wasn't clear from that submission. That's why we asked that question.
I'm trying to pull it up. Sorry to interrupt. I'm trying to pull it up.
It's not important. Let me just go on, but I will address it again. I spoke at length to the architectural team, and on the basis that we do need the vestibules as we describe them, we have certain constraints. I heard the comment about can we move the vestibule further into the lobby, and I discussed that at length. There are two issues with this. The issue is that both the entrance and exit door, if you will, the front and the back door, if you want to call it that, need to be a certain distance apart from each other pursuant to manufacturer requirements to make this an energy efficient item, a space, if you will. What we have proposed initially, and furthermore, is we are proposing a entrance on the side. If you look at P002, you see that we come in on the side of the vestibule, and then we exit directly back into the building. Okay, yes. So you see, if you see it's the entrance is on the side, and then we come back. This allows for a shorter travel distance from the entrance into the second door, if you will, from the street into the building, because both doors will not open simultaneously. Pursuant to the manufacturer regulations, and I can provide a copy of that to you, in order to provide energy efficiency, both doors cannot be open at the same time. If you have a front to back opening, in other words, if you come in directly from the sidewalk into the, as opposed from the side, the dimension has to be 13 feet from front to back. We now have 10'8" front to back. So if we were to bring it in, let's say 3 to 4 feet, as was mentioned, we would still have another 8'6" coming into the plaza because you need 13 feet. So putting it inside 3 more feet doesn't make the space smaller. The doors on the side, the entrance doors on the side, there is a dimension of 8'6" from the front of the building to the outside, the outer edge, if you will, of the vestibule. These are double doors. They go in each direction. They have to also be breakaway doors so that in the event of an emergency or need to egress quickly, they both have to swing open and be open. They have to swing open in both directions. So there is not a lot of space that can be taken away with this configuration. Therefore, I spoke to the architects. They will look to see if there's a possibility of bringing the space in approximately 2 feet that would still allow for the requirement of a breakaway door and a double access door. And that is what we can look at this point in time. But unfortunately, I thought it was a great solution, bring the thing in 3 or 4 feet, we would be done, but that won't help us because then we won't have the ability to come in on the side, and then we're talking about a 13-foot vestibule as opposed to a 10'8" vestibule. So
Can I ask
that
you a
is,
question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I think what my confusion was is I understand what you're saying about the energy efficiency and the doors can't be open at the same time. If you were to employ the doors in a series, 13-foot, however, 13-foot change that you need for the depth to have them one after the other, why couldn't you push the majority of that vestibule further into the lobby? Not just 3 feet.
Okay, so the dimension of the lobby, which is shown on the left of that page, is 28 foot 6 inches. So if you look at the squares that dimension the space, you're looking at approximately 5 foot squares. So pushing it, the problem is that there are 2 major tenants on either side of the space. If you look at P001, you'll see that the entrance is a very small, I think it's one of them shows you a key plan. Let me see which plan that is. No, I'm sorry, in P002, you'll see a key plan. And there are major tenants on either side where those swing doors are. So the problem then comes into, we can push them in somewhat, but at a certain point, every single person who is going to walk in or out of those doors will trigger the electric eye on the vestibule. So there can be some push in, but on a 13-foot vestibule, if we push it in 5 feet, let's say, and it goes to effectively the first line right above, I think it's where the 16.8 is. I need my glasses so I can see. Don't have them. You have right above the 16-foot or there's a line. If we push it in, let's say approximately 5 or 6 feet, you will still take 5 feet from 13 feet and you still have 8 foot extending. So we can try pushing it a couple of feet in. We can look at that alternative, how far we could reasonably push it in for a 13-foot, or we can look at it if we can push it in a couple of feet with the side entrance.
Right, okay, yes, that would be great. Because right now, the alternative vestibule case studies here show an in or an out, and basically don't contemplate anything really in between, and I don't understand that.
And I totally understand it was somewhat news to me in terms of the 13-foot. So I have asked the architects to sharpen their pencils, if you will, as much as possible, and to provide alternate schemes. We can do the front back. We can see if we can cut a few feet, but we're not going to cut a lot. I mean, we'll cut as much as we realistically can as a potential compromise and a proper compromise, but we'll show you what we can do realistically so as to not because of the requirements. I can provide copies of those manufacturing regulations and very detailed dimension plans that will fully explain what is happening.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I think that's all I have to say at this point, unless there are further questions.
If whoever was sharing the site plan, I do have a question. There is this little wing that extends out from the vestibule, 2 wings extending out from each of the vestibules. Is there any energy requirement that is requiring that wing to get extended out? If not, eliminate that.
Okay, I don't even know what that is, but I will.
Yeah.
Outer wing. But I don't, I'm looking, if you just went back to the side view, there was that one. No, that one. I'm not sure. I don't see a wing. It may have been I think what it is, it's the overhang of the, it might be the overhang, but I'll just ask.
I think in the latest submission, the rendering that Commissioner Yoon shared does show that wing.
Okay, no, I understand. It's gone. It's gone. No discussion.
I think it's more of an artistic expression and not something that is energy.
No, we don't need it. It will be gone.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
We're talking about this one here.
Yeah.
Right, I see. It's the large gray stele,
Yeah.
STELE, or pier or whatever, Commissioner Yoon would tell me best how I would describe it.
It's unclear, but
Fine.
and I think it's clear that we don't think it needs to be.
We don't need it. Yeah, no, I understand perfectly. Yes, yes, that's not easily done.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would strongly suggest that in the process, do look at the pop space in terms of amenities that can be provided, that can be beneficial. Not just on the portion on the south side, maybe even along this frontage if you want to provide some kind of a improvements, but not kiosk and things that kind of make it difficult.
Right. Something that either landscaping or seating or something that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
Understood. Understood. And where would you like the additional sign to be placed?
It can be at the northern corner of Water Street frontage, so that you already have enough sign on the south side, but there's nothing on the north side, which tells that you're entering a pop space.
Got it. That's good clarification. Thank you. And again, we'll figure out what's happening with the chairs.
Yeah, they have
That's
been,
all.
I mean, I looked through Google Photos from well before pandemic, and I did not see any chairs. So.
Okay, but are there chairs there now?
No. Nope. Based on my site visits, there weren't any.
Okay.
And
Well,
I have to say,
certainly
the chairs that were provided were chairs that can easily be moved around and can get affected by wind, and given the tall buildings and the wind tunnel that area has, those are not the best chairs to be used on that.
Would it just, I'm asking as for clarification, I mean, if we provided additional benches that would be equal to 24 seats, would that be something that the board would consider as appropriate?
Sorry, can you repeat? I was looking at something that Council Mind was sharing with me in terms of what was the seating required. It required 38 linear feet, 24 chairs representing 60 linear feet. Yeah, that was the requirement from the POPs book.
Okay, so if we provided some 60 linear feet of a stationary seating, that would be.
I would say more than 60, because you're taking away more of pop space. So I think not only should you be provide the required 60, you should provide more than that for taking away of the pop space.
Okay, that's very good clarification. Okay,
Just for the record, it required 38 feet of circular bench and 60 feet of chairs.
Okay, there is currently, if you look at the plan, if you look at P001, there are several benches that do exist on the plan. They are to the right of the circular seating. They're called out, and I think there may be one even closer to Water Street.
You're talking about these here or these?
No. To the right of, go to the circle. The circle is in the middle on the plaza. Go to the plaza where the property line, okay, that's your circle. Go to the right of that, and then it's bench.
Those are the 3 solid benches, yes.
This is a photo I took during my site visit, so that's the circle. Those are the 3 benches.
Yeah.
There's not another chair or bench.
Yeah.
No, I understand. It's the 3 benches, correct. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if those count towards anything or not.
I think that is something you should look at the calculation, how the POPs was done, and verify what is the total amount of linear seats that you have to provide through a combination of fixed, circular, and linear seats. And I think these chairs, removable chairs, are not working. You need to look at it.
I have in total agreement with the chair on that. I understand you need 60 plus linear feet of fixed seating, shall we say, or more permanent seating
Yeah.
that will.
And I would say the materials for these kind of outdoor seatings have changed significantly from the last time the pop space was designed. So please do not limit your design capabilities to what it was built in the 80s. There are a lot of such plaza areas right in our city hall areas where they are on the through lots portion of the sites where these chairs, fixed chairs have been provided, at the same time allowing for circulation through these seating areas. So, and I'm sure you have a very good architectural team that understands the POPs elements, so please do ask them to look into it. I think, Mr. Becker, you're frozen. Mr. Becker, I hope we did not lose you. Oh, we think we lost him.
Yep, he's frozen. Mr. Becker? Shoot. Do I have his number? You're frozen.
3 black benches and 24 movable. Yeah. Yeah.
Connecting. It said, try to reconnect, and I just clicked on to reconnect.
Okay,
I can try another.
Okay. Okay. Oh, shoot, I disconnected him now.
We could flash the phone number if he can call in.
Yeah, because he said he's disconnected. Oh, he's calling me back. Oigeveld. Yeah. Says connecting, but can you see the screen and see the telephone number? 6. Okay, you can call. All right, well, you want to dial in? Yeah, give me a dial in. 646. 893. 7101. The conference ID number is 355 654 743, and press the pound sign.
Just saw it.
Okay, and then you're going to wait to be admitted. Okay, and then press star, it's star 6 to unmute, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you can let him in? Because
Yeah.
okay. Now what happened? I don't know. Yeah, what's that? What is that?
It's like the audience view.
He went back to the website and tried to reconnect, and he said he couldn't reconnect.
There we go, he's back.
He's back?
Just let small number in, so.
We should have Mr. Becker.
Yeah, he's back there. Go ahead, let him back in.
Yeah, I just read it.
He's here. Stupid.
I'm here. Can you?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I can. You see me? Because I can see
Hang
you.
up your phone, Mr. Becker.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yep.
we
Can
go.
you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Sorry about
Okay, we
that.
could remove the screen. Thank you.
Jella, could you put the screen down, please? Thank you.
So, Mr. Becker, before we got cut off, that's a funny, before we got disconnected, what
He
I
got
was
disconnected again.
suggesting,
Wait a minute, Madam Chair.
Doing it together?
Can we just do him on the phone? Can we just take this phone thing?
He's here. I don't know where he went.
Can we just do this on the phone? I mean,
yeah,
okay.
that's fine.
I'll put him on speaker. Mr. Becker?
Yes, I was muted for some reason. I couldn't get on.
I don't know why.
The bottom line, is there any, I have no further questions. Is there anything that the chair or the board has?
Yeah, I think what I was instructing you with is look at the amenities that you currently have and what is working, what is not. Definitely the movable seats are not working. That needs to be improved upon. But if there are other improvements that can be provided, that and it can be additional features, it could be additional seating or other passive uses that POPs typically encourages. Look into that, and there are examples of POPs furniture that you can look at, and many of these POP spaces that are near our office that got recently built in the last 10 years, where the POPs furniture has advanced significantly, and these are fixed furniture for outdoor facilities, while at the same time allowing for through-lot circulation. So please do look into that and think through that and provide a solution. And I'm okay with the vestibule being in by about 2 feet. It's better than 8 feet being out. But you do have to provide the reasonings that you cited, and chronological, I mean, go through each one of the reasons that kind of leads to this outcome.
I will do that. And I may explain, as I've said to you, the issue of, the interference with the other doors, the separation of distances, the manufacturing requirements, all of the above. And I will put it in great detail with dimensions and
specs
and diagrams.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. How much, let's go to the public.
Okay. So want to put the screen up, Jill? Don't hang up, Mr.
No, I'm not hanging up.
Okay. So the case that we're discussing is 805-79BZ, 88 Pine Street, Manhattan. Should you have any comments on this case, dial 646-893-7101. You will enter phone conference ID number 355-654-743 and press the pound sign. There will be a brief hold and you will wait to be admitted. Once you are admitted, press *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be called if you're calling in on the phone and wish to be heard. If you're on the web, your meeting ID number is 214-422-999-948, and the passcode is N for November, lowercase n for November, number 7, uppercase C, which is for Charlie, uppercase Y, which is for Yankee, uppercase Z, which is for Zulu, and lowercase w, which is for Wanda. I don't know. Those are the numbers I was given. I was given a list. You'll have, once you're admitted, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. What's the W?
Whereabouts?
Wait, what's the W? It's whiskey, that's it. I should remember now.
Can you hear me now on the, or no?
Yes.
Yes, there you are.
Now, yes, here I am.
No, it's
I don't.
whiskey.
Waffle.
I'm
Whiskey. Take clocks.
What's happening with that TV?
It's been like that forever.
It's a bad HDMI cable or something.
Yeah, we'll have to have, what's his name, come and look.
Mr. Becker, how much time do you need to make a submission?
approximately a month, 3 weeks. I mean, when are your next hearings, and we can work backwards, potentially?
The next hearing would be in August, because in order for you to make the submission.
Yes, of course.
But we could also schedule it for September. There are two hearings in September.
Okay, so for August 12th hearing, Mr. Becker, for August 12th hearing is July 25th submission. For September 9th is August 22nd submission. And the August
Let's do-
30th, the September,
No. Let's do September 9th, please.
okay, August 22nd submission.
Fine. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the summer, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. Oh,
Bye-bye.
did anybody
Oh,
call it?
shoot. I turned it off before it went. It's 2 minutes, sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I canceled it
Have a
before
good
it
summer,
sounded.
Mr. Becker.
Sorry about that. I canceled before it sounded. But it did go 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. Please, Jesus. New cases, 624-68BZ, Volume 4. This is Mr. Dale. Please let Mr. Dale in.
I think I did.
His hand is still raised, but, okay. Mr. Dale? There we go. Can you lower that hand, please? Thank you. Are you with anyone?
No, just me today.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm.
Please state your name and proceed to respond to the board members' comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale, attorney for the property owner for this application. I did listen to review session and heard the comments of the board. I will respond to them briefly now and then in a follow-up submission. In no particular order, I would just note that there was some discussion about violations. Just so the board is aware, the last violation report that we submitted showed 10 Department of Buildings violations, 2 ECB violations. During the interim between that submission and now, we're down to 4 open DOB violations, and all 4 of those violations date between 1990 and 2003 and just appear to be remain open due to administrative issues. We'll continue to work on those, get those cleared. And then the 2 open ECD violations both relate to occupancy contrary to CO, and at this point, we can only get those cleared should this application be granted and then get the CO updated. But the short answer is that progress has been made, and we expect to have those all cleared in conjunction with the CO process.
Thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Yoon, you are correct. There is a discrepancy between the sign analysis and the signage tables. The sign tables on the plans are accurate. The sign analysis is in error. We'll submit a new sign calculation form. I would say for this particular site, unfortunately, the board's sign analysis form is a little limited in what we can put in there, but we'll try and fit it in as best we can. And what we'll do is we'll update that sign form and just make a note that, referencing the plans, because this is sort of a complicated site with the multiple lots and the multiple frontages. But the short answer is we'll get the new sign analysis form in, and that the sign totals listed on the plans are the accurate totals.
Okay.
We will provide additional photos of the rear of the site as discussed. I would just note right now, upon information of belief, there is no lighting on the rear of the site, but we'll get confirmation with that in conjunction with photos taking a condition. At the time of the prior application, there was a dumpster store back there, but now it's just kept clear. So we'll get those photos in so that the board can review.
Mm-hmm.
And we can update, I know, with the city of Yes, and we have all these new use groups, just as a, not just for this application, but going forward when we have sort of these transition applications. Do you want me to update the statement referencing the prior use groups and what the new use groups will be? Just
That would be beautiful. That would be perfect. Sure.
Sure. We can do that. Just so you know, I'll say on the record right now, on initial review, the use groups going forward for this site would actually be use group 6. For all the uses, the warehouse plumbing, which used to be a use group 16, is now listed under use group 6 under the new use group for building material and supplies dealer. So it's all going to be use group 6, the florist, the eating and drinking, and the warehouse. And then there's a use group 7 office also. So we'll update it, but the short answer is it'll be use group 6 and use group 7 going forward under the new use group designations.
Yeah.
And then the last thing about the landscaping, I heard, Sherry, you were, or I don't know who was here last time, but we were here last time. The property owner does his best to keep those planting boxes planted. The last time I was there, they were in good condition, but as is noted, sometimes it can be difficult with the climate. We'll continue to maintain those boxes, but we can agree, and I can note it in a cover letter, that we'll reach out to parks to see if there is an opportunity to do an additional street tree. I was just looking at the Google street photos and photos we had on record while I was waiting for the hearing. And actually, on the southern half of the street, I think that's 189th, there really is only a single street tree, and it's actually in front of our site. The rest of that sort of half block doesn't have any street trees whatsoever. There's some closer to the north when you get to that intersection, but we can, I don't know enough about the process or what's there, if there's utility lines, or if there's any issues, but I can offer in a cover letter that we'll make a promise to reach out to see if it's possible to do a street tree. I don't know if there's room for more than one on that frontage.
And you don't have to be beholden.
Promise.
Sorry, and you don't have to contain it just to 186. It could also be either on Utopia or Northern. Northern would be a little bit more tricky. Utopia probably more possible. So.
Yeah. So how's this? We'll 100%. The main focus is on 189th, but we can also look and see if there's a possibility on Utopia or Northern. I don't know with the bus stops what's over there or the conditions on Utopia, but we'll note in the cover letter that we agree to reach out to the Parks Department to see if there's any possibility, because I would agree that if we could get a street tree, especially on the 189 side street installed, that might solve all of our landscaping concerns.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll agree to do that, but as I said, I'll put that in cover letter. I believe those were the extent of the issues that are raised. If there's anything missed, I can add to it, but
the only thing I wanted to get some clarification on is in the table on the drawings, both the current and the previously approved, it says that basically in the column that designates the maximum amount of signage permitted in a C1, it says 450 square feet here, and that you are compliant with an excess of 117 feet. Where does that come from?
So what that is that, this is describing the architect, and just to clarify, there's been no change in the signage in this application since the prior grant or even the grant before that. The 450 comes from the fact that there's actually this North Shore Plumbing use is on 3 separate lots, because this is 3 lots. And so it's 150 per lot. The total signage for the North Shore Plumbing, the one that's on Northern Boulevard, North Shore Plumbing has 333 square feet of signage. So that is calculated as 117 square feet less than the 450 that would be allowed, 150 per lot. So that's where that calculation comes from. All the other uses are contained within one of the lots, lot 1, lot 5, lot 7.
Okay. All right. Well, I understand what you're saying. I'm just going to leave it at that for now.
Okay. But I would just note, as far as the signage, that this has not changed since the prior.
Yeah, I just wanted an explanation why it was stating that 450 was permitted, and I understand what you're saying is the logic behind that, and that it's been grandfathered regardless from prior approvals.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe there were any other items that were raised. If I missed any, please let me know, but we can definitely get the submission into the board relatively quickly, because it would just be the statement, the updated sign form, and the photographs.
Let's go to the public.
Okay. Put a public sign up, Jella, sorry. So the case we are currently discussing is 62468BZ Volume 4, 18807-15 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-893-7101. You will enter the conference ID number 654-743 and press the pound sign. There'll be a brief hold and you will wait to be admitted. Once you are permitted in, you press *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're coming in by the web, your meeting ID number is 214-422-999-948. And the passcode is lowercase n for November, number 7, uppercase C for Charlie, uppercase Y for Yankee, uppercase Z for Zulu, and lowercase w for whiskey. For both, you will have 3 minutes to speak when you're permitted. You're admitted.
I just want to make a note that I think that in current interpretation of the signage regulations, you do not multiply based on the number of tax lots present in any given use.
It's by use.
It's by use, not by number of tax lots. And it would be pursuant to number of uses or each use in a zoning lot, not the number of tax lots. So I just want to make that clear. I understand that this has been approved in the past, but I don't think that's how anyone would interpret it now.
I agree with Commissioner Yoon. It's by per use.
Per zoning lot, right?
Well, in a zoning lot, you could have multiple storefronts, and it's each storefront then is considered as a zoning lot, and you apply the signage for each one of the
For each
storefronts.
use, right.
But in this case, it's one use that is occupying multiple lots. Therefore, it's not like
Multiple tax lots.
multiple tax lots. It's not like you apply it separately for each one of them.
Right.
It's that everything together would apply.
I'll see.
That is my understanding of the signage.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I haven't had an opportunity to look at the updated zoning. The previous section that I believe you're referring to was 3264. I'm not sure if it's changed or not. But I believe it stated any portion of a zoning lot occupied by a building or part of a building accommodating one or more establishments on the ground floor may be considered as a separate zoning lot.
Yeah. So it's one establishment occupying multiple tax lots.
But Mr. Dale, I apologize, I haven't had a chance to cross-reference it if this has been updated under the new zoning text.
We'll have this in conjunction because we need to change the sign form regardless. We'll review this. But in response to what Mr. Costanza just said, part of a building in the zoning lot. The other thing too is I think that, as we talked about this being grandfathered in the prior approvals, historically this was a smaller building that was the source of the original grant. And then there was a second building added on. And it looks like it's one structure, but I think it might be, I don't want to get into the history here, just off the cuff, but we'll review that and we'll add in clarification in conjunction with the change sign analysis.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, no one has called in that I can see.
Okay. How much time would you need, Mr. Dale, for your submission?
We should be able to submit, I would suspect the sign form, the photos, we could do this in a week or two, but we can also be flexible with the board's calendar. I realize there's limited hearings over the summer, so if this would be pushed off, not to the next hearing, but the hearing after.
August?
We would be flexible with that. Sure, that's fine. What would the submission for, I'm not sure, I don't have the calendar in front of me, the next submission date or the submission date after that.
For August 12th, the submission date would be July 25th. Can you
Perhaps
match
let's
that?
do that hearing, if that's.
September 9th would be August 22nd.
Let's do that one. I think that would just be easier and then there's no rush and perhaps that provides the board with some flexibility.
Yeah, everybody needs to enjoy the summer. I agree.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
The kind of questions that we're asking is more of clarification. I don't think it goes to the findings or compliance. So would you be okay to closing? Okay, so I make a motion to close. The record remains open.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 15, 17378BZ, 6607, 6611, 15th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, this would be,
I think it's Eileen Walsh. Is this Eileen Walsh?
who?
Who's on this one?
I have Topman. I see Topman's hand.
Adam Todman. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Adam Todman. I apologize.
Okay.
I talked to him on Friday, I should know this.
Here, I thought I saw.
Yeah, he's got his hand up, and Will Wolf,
Oh, there.
and Will Wolf. Someone
And
named
who?
Wolf?
Wolf.
Wolf.
That's right.
Yeah, Will
Yeah.
Wolf. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Todman, sorry.
That's okay. We spoke on another application on Friday, so all is forgiven.
Mr. Wolfen?
I just did.
I don't know.
I
Is he
just
in?
did. Yeah,
There we
there
go.
he is.
Okay, so is that all the parties in, that's your group?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hands. Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Thank you. I'm Adam Taubman, Land Use Counsel to the applicant and attorney at Kramer 11. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners for your comments at this morning's review session. We would like to use our time to respond to them. There are a few comments where we'll be seeking some clarification, but by and large, we believe we're prepared to address everything that was raised. So beginning with the Chair's first comment requesting evidence of continuous use, we will be able to submit that to the board. In response to Commissioner Otley Brown's comments relating to the discussion of findings, we can certainly include some discussion of how those findings continue to be satisfied. But Chair, you had a question about the hours of operation, seeking clarification of the modification that we're seeking. It is just for Friday that we're seeking an extension of operating hours to 8 p.m.
Okay.
Moving on to the signage, we will be able to incorporate a drawing note stating that all signage shall conform with the underlying district regulations and be subject to review and approval by the Department of Buildings. We did want some clarification on the request to integrate the sign plan with the formal application drawings. The sign plan that was submitted with the response to notice of comments was intended as an illustrative analysis of the existing sign conditions. And we did find that at the very least, the painted wall signs on the building today most likely do not conform with the underlying district regulations. So the applicant is prepared to remove some of that existing signage. The reason we did not depict it in the formal application drawings is because we did not want to risk some appearance that the board was approving those conditions.
Okay, so what I would suggest is do submit then a revised signage plan that would comply with the underlying regulations. And in your statement, you can, however way you plan to provide the signage on the site should comply with the underlying regulations. You can I'm sure there's certain signage you will have on certain frontages, right? So
yes.
Whatever the minimum requirement is per frontage, indicate those and then leave. We don't need to know the content or other than whether it's illuminated and non-illuminated.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
I should say, Sharon, in response to one of the specific things you raised, the freestanding sign on New Utrecht Avenue does appear to be right on the border of the corner lot portion and the interior lot portion of this zoning lot. In other words, it seems to be just about 100 feet from 67th Street. That's something we can investigate further.
Okay.
Obviously, if it's outside the corner lot portion, the applicant can make the necessary modification to the actual conditions.
Okay. Yeah, if you could clarify that, and that would be helpful. I was just eyeballing it from without the dimensions. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so you had a number of comments about the existing screening We are aware of the graffiti on some of the chain link fencing. We can have that cleaned up. We can also touch up the painting on those masonry walls. Outside of those specific action items, we would like to get some clarification on what your concerns are or what the perceived non-compliances are of the existing configuration of screening.
So as I was looking at the definition of where is the zoning resolution section that I was referring to? Section 2566. It requires that either 4-foot wide densely planted buffer or a wall or barrier or uniformly painted minimum 50% opaque fence at least 6 foot high be provided continuous. It has to be continuous, not like in pieces as it has been shown. So I feel like somehow or the other it never got carried out the way the text was intended to be.
To be frank, Chair, I think this is a case where there is some internal consistency in the board's records from the prior approvals in 1978 and 1990. The approved plans from those prior grants do show the condition as it exists today. In other words, alternating masonry walls, which are in fact the rear walls of the parking garages on the adjoining residences, and the chain link fences, which are treated to ensure that they are at least 50% opaque. Because those masonry walls are there and because they are on the neighboring properties, in other words, not within the applicant's control, as far as I can surmise, the judgment was made in 1978 and again in 1990 that it was acceptable to leave those walls untouched, to not put up an additional fence immediately adjacent to them. I can tell you from the applicant's perspective, it presents some maintenance and operation issues to put up a fence right next to that masonry wall where it exists because of the possibility of accumulation of debris and dirt in a place where it's not easily cleaned. So we were a bit surprised by that comment, to be frank, again, because the conditions today are what was there in 1990 and before that, shown on the approved drawings, shown on the photographs that were submitted to the board. We did not view that as a change of condition from the prior approvals.
Okay, I mean, can you look at the prior? What is the section number? 773, 78. I'm just opening the previously approved plans.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I did see it, but it was, I thought it was a line weight, but, okay. But I have to say, maybe the prior board did interpret it that way, but that's kind of not what the intent of that text is. It has never been applied that way, at least from the time I've been practicing. So I would accept the argument that this was something, what is existing is pursuant to previously approved drawings of the previous board. I sincerely believe the interpretation is incorrect, but be that as it may, it's grandfathered. I'll accept that.
Thank you, Chair.
I would though say, if even though it's grandfathered, from what little I could see of the site yesterday, I mean, all of these spaces do require a lot of cleaning, and so I do want site photos, side lot line photos of showing the existing condition, and or the improved conditions, whichever way you want to do it. But so far, they're not in good condition.
Understood. We can submit those photos.
Yeah.
So that's a good segue, I suppose, to your other comments, which relate to site conditions, specifically in the exterior open area. One of your comments related to striping.
the areas where U-Haul rental vehicles are stored are pretty clearly striped today, but it does seem that the
They
parking
need
area for the
restriping
customers.
because they've kind of faded. That's all. From my side visit, I'm saying from a side visit, they have faded. So.
Okay. Understood. We will have the striping refreshed so that stripes and directional arrows are visible. You had a question about the large storage containers on the exterior of the building. I believe in particular you were referencing a large white container to the immediate east of the building, possibly some smaller orange containers. The story there is that the white container is used for U-Haul's U-Box storage services. The orange containers are basically storage pods that can be moved from one location to another. Any orange containers you might have seen on the site were most likely in some interim temporary condition where they were either being loaded into the larger white container or out of that large white container. The white container, is most likely considered a temporary structure for code compliance purposes, but it is more or less a permanent condition, and so we'd be happy to show that on the drawings that we resubmit to the board.
Okay. I would say if those other orange pods are part of rental equipment in some ways.
Correct.
So I guess that is the area where you store all those pods, those orange pods. That's the holding area.
Well, I'm going to ask Will to speak to that because my understanding is that it's a little more transient than that. But Will, maybe you can speak to that, please.
All I'm going to get at is, I was looking, when I went to the site, I noticed a lot of piece parts of U-Haul transportation. I mean, there were, of course, most of them were vans. And then I did also see those, I'm not very good with transportation language, something like a hitch, something that you attach to the back of a car. I don't know what they're called.
Well, you're muted, Will.
Oh, sorry, a trailer.
Yeah, thank you. That's what they're called. Yeah, something like that would carry a trailer. Those were also there. I just don't, and those were along the residential lot, which really is very exposed to an extent. So I don't know which is a better location for these and how they work. But so far, we haven't heard any complaints from the neighbors. So I guess I would say, though, without any bollards or anything, all the vehicles were very well contained within the site, and all the equipment related to U-Haul were well contained within the site. So that was a good thing to see.
Great. So if I understand correctly, Chair, it's acceptable for us to show the white container that we described a moment ago on the resubmitted plans?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if you can just explain in your letter what these are, that these are part of your rental equipment material, and they are stored in various locations. Yeah. If you, and the reason I'm asking, and it's going to probably to your next question that you're going to ask or respond to, is I do want to know a rough idea of what is the total number of vehicles that can be parked on this site. And for that, it would be helpful to know how many spaces you have allocated for the vehicles versus spaces allocated for the trailers and these pods and such. So that way, it's not going to be overutilized by vehicles or other entities that are not part of the business operation.
So if it's okay with you, I think we can take a couple minutes to describe how the site is used to store rental vehicles, and then if you have more focused directions or refined directions on what you want us to show or explain, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
But the truth here is that the facility doesn't have a static inventory of vehicles just because of its nature as a moving vehicle rental establishment. So customers might be dropping off a vehicle even though they didn't pick up the vehicle from this location and vice versa. There are also a few different types of moving vehicles, as you noted, some medium-sized vans, some larger trucks, and then hitches and trailers of the type that you noted. So there's not a static inventory, but the site is striped in a way to ensure that whatever vehicles are on site can be operated and stored without impeding vehicular traffic or circulation in the areas that are supposed to remain open. I think, well, let me just say one more thing, in fact. On any given day, whatever that capacity is not what is observed on site. More often than not, about 50% or less of the capacity is utilized to store vehicles, and that's because of the dynamic nature of operations. It really takes some sort of rare event, like an extreme weather event, that has people, meaning customers and members of the public, ceasing all moving operations to result in a very large number of vehicles on the site. So I think one thing that we can do, if it's helpful, is do some sort of rough calculation of how many vehicles can be accommodated in the striped areas, try to express the variability depending on the vehicles that might be on site, and also tell you a bit about what in fact is found on site when things are operating normally.
I think that would be helpful. I have to say, yesterday must have been a very busy day. Pretty much the entirety of the site was filled with U-Haul trucks. So.
Noted. Okay, thank you, Chair. So I am going in order, as you surmised. Your next comment was about the curb cut on 67th Street. As we explained in our response to the notice of comments, it really is the entrance on New Utrecht Avenue that serves as the primary access point for this site. The curb cut on 67th Street is a condition that has existed since, I believe, before the original variance was granted, but it is a curb cut that U-Haul uses from time to time, particularly when the main entrance on New Utrecht Avenue is congested or maybe obstructed for some reason, as rare as that happens.
Okay.
Realistically or in practice, the 67th Street curb cut is not used all that much for entrances. There's not identification or wayfinding signage there to designate it as an entrance for customers approaching from the outside, but it is often enough unobstructed and can be used for exit.
Okay.
The green tent, roughly in the middle of the open area. That is a structure that U-Haul uses first to provide customers with an identifiable drop-off location for vehicles, and then staff use that same area to sweep and sanitize the vehicles, by which I mean investigating the inside, cleaning it out so it's ready for the next customer.
Okay.
U-Haul does not conduct truck washing or vehicle washing operations on site, however.
Okay.
I acknowledge that this structure also is not shown on the drawing, so if it's acceptable to the board, we would add it in the next submission.
Yeah, it's a temporary structure, yeah, okay.
You next asked about vehicle bumpers.
Yep. Like
So-
I was not able to walk all the way to the site, but from outside I could see, I didn't see bumpers everywhere, the wheel bumpers, and given that these vehicles are parked right against the property wall, I want to make sure that you have adequate amount of these wheel bumpers to keep the vehicles from hitting or damaging a property owner's.
We appreciate that concern. We believe that the bumpers that are there today are adequate. U-Haul obviously has a very long history of operating the site without any incident of the type that you described. If you look at the proposed plans, there are concrete bumpers shown in two locations. They're essentially along the two eastern lot lines. And if you like, I can share my screen to show this. Bear with me. So is my screen visible?
Mm-hmm.
There are bumpers shown on the plans here, this lot line, and along this lot line.
Mm-hmm.
These bumpers really are in the form of bumper guards. I believe that's the term. They're low-profile concrete bumpers, the type that you would see in a commercial parking lot where customers park their cars. Okay. So very often when U-Haul vehicles are parked in these spaces, those bumper guards are not visible, but they would be there to provide a barrier for any sort of vehicle tires that might otherwise extend beyond that line. Along this property line, there are bumpers in the form of jersey barriers. So those are more substantial and more visible, and therefore obviously provide more protection of the type that you're looking for.
Okay.
But again, these are the existing conditions, and we think that they have done an adequate job.
Okay. Yeah, if you could just provide photos, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
And then last, you asked the applicant to consider providing an enclosure for the trash bins. We believe that the trash bins you observed on site were a mobile dumpster that U-Haul uses for operations in the open area. You can certainly correct me if I'm wrong. There was a time when U-Haul used an enclosure for that, but found that it wasn't quite as practical as the solution that's used now. The mobile dumpster is more conducive to operations. And when there was an enclosure, the service that removed waste from the site would invariably bang up and dent that enclosure. So the current judgment, at least, is that the existing conditions are more aesthetically pleasing, and we prefer to maintain them for that reason.
All right. If you could just put those in your documents, that would be helpful. I think given the nature of the use you have, as you described it, with so many vehicles parked everywhere, a mobile dumpster makes more practical of a solution in this case. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I believe we captured all the comments. Of course, if there are any others or any new questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Sure. And please do update the use group pursuant to the new zoning.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, Jelly, you want to put the screen up, please?
Sorry, any other questions or comments? I thought the response was very thorough and very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 17378BZ, 6607, 6611 15th Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-893-7101. Enter the phone conference ID number 355-654-743 and press the pound sign. There'll be a brief hold and you wait to be admitted. Once you're admitted, press *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you're on the web, the meeting ID number is 214-422-999-948. The passcode is lowercase n as in November, the number 7, uppercase C as in Charlie, uppercase Y as in Yankee, uppercase Z as in Zulu, and lowercase w as in whiskey. Once you're permitted, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. How much time do you need, Mr. Taubman?
Listening to the discussions about the prior items on the agenda, I think we should be able to make a submission by the August 22nd date. That works for the board.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
So that'd be September. Okay.
Oh, you want to make a submission in August for September, or you want to make a submission for August hearing?
The August submission for the September hearing, I think, is workable. Although I should ask, Chair, the cleanup that we discussed in terms of restriping the site, painting over the graffiti, are those actions that you would want taken before we make the next submission, or would they be conditions to the grant?
Improvements to take place before we vote. I'm going to make a recommendation that we close this. So between now and your next submission, if you can address those issues, that would be very helpful, and submit. So whatever time you need to get the site cleared up with regards to those, if you need till September for that, that's fine.
Well, it's really your call if you think that's something that we can address, some number of days before August 22nd, and you're on mute again, Will.
I mean, if you're going to make the improvements, you can make the submissions of the improved site conditions almost a week before the hearing.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So it would be early September, Will?
Yeah,
We need
but the
to
written
get that.
submissions should be done before. It should be that August date, but all the site improvements can be very much till the end.
I think there should be enough time.
So your written submissions would be August 22nd, and the week before would be the week of September 2nd, since the 2nd is a holiday, it's like the 3rd or the 4th, for a September 9th, 10th hearing, okay?
That works, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, motion to close.
Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Actually, I want to make sure, we're okay, right? The variance, even though, okay.
Yeah, because I had said I knew that it wasn't going to disturb it, but they needed to just take voice to it.
Right, okay.
So,
Close with the record open.
So are you going to reinstate, did you discuss the elimination of term? You didn't discuss that.
With regards to the elimination of the term, actually, before we close, with regards to the elimination term, I am not comfortable with the elimination of term, given that this is such a large site, even though the use currently as operating it has not been an issue for the neighbors. I, though, am open to the idea of having a longer term, 20 or 25 years, unless there is a change in use. That is my thought on it. Commissioners, any thoughts and suggestions on?
That's great, yeah.
Fine by me.
Okay. So I think all the commissioners are agreeing to having a term limit, but an extended term of 20 to 25 years. It could be either 20 years or 25, unless there's a change in use.
So we want to take that motion to close again. Chair Shanda?
Okay. Yeah.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number
Thank you.
16, 10391BZ2, 24818 Sunrise Highway, Queens. This is Alexis Landesman, I believe.
Okay. I think I did see her in the room. Yes. Yes. Is there anyone else from your team?
No, it's just myself today. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
My name is Alexia Landesman. I'm here from Sheldon LaBelle PC on behalf of the applicant. We have attended the executive session and want to address the board's comments. The first comment was to provide proof of continuous use. We will provide that with the next submission in the form of images from Google Maps, as well as the latest photos that we have submitted showcase the latest operation of use. The second comment was with regards to the hours of operation. In fact, there is a new tenant on the site, and they reduced their hours to be from Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5:50 p.m., and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 4:50 p.m. And we can clarify that in a cover letter with our next submission. The third comment was with regards to the signage. So when you go on Google Maps and you look at the last photo, it's from 2022. Since then, the new tenant came in and they've done a paint job on the site. And so the signage that's on the existing plans that were submitted is the latest signage. We can make a note saying that the signage is compliant on the plans if that's what the board is looking for.
Yeah. And,
Okay,
and
great.
that the signage shall comply with the underlying zoning regulation.
Understood.
That note, yeah, that is the more
Will
important
do.
note.
Will do. And then the following comment was with regards to the lot 22. One of the photographs just showcasing the car wash sign showcased cars parked. Lot 22 is actually run separately by City Line Automotive LLC, which is an auto body shop, and it is not affiliated with the applicant's application. So that's just cars parked on the neighboring lot.
Okay. Yeah, no, the reason I
we'll
was I saw vacuum air vacs,
Yeah.
so I just was wondering if that is part of this
No.
business operation. Okay.
No, and I will clarify that on the cover letter as well, just for the record. And then the following comment was with regards to the bollards. I will relay that to the client and see if they can make them permanent. I did want to clarify, the board had a question or had suggested to do plantings or bollards. I just want to clarify what the board is looking for. Because on the front of the site, even the tree, I wanted to know where the board would advise us to plant it, just so I can relay that to
I
my
actually
client.
think there is really no room for any planting along that front lot line because
Right.
the strip of planting area that has been left is almost so little that it won't do justice to any plant. So my suggestion is remove all the planting strip and instead of that, replace it with, I would prefer fence, like a low-rise fence, 3 to 4 foot high, those metal picket fence type of thing. That way the site is completely visible, yet at the same time it contains the vehicles that are lined up to access the car wash. And that way also no vehicles would go in and out from the line onto the sidewalk or from the sidewalk into the line.
Okay, so then where the temporary bollards now stand, you're suggesting to put in a fence there,
Yeah.
just to block off?
Yeah.
Or permanent bollards?
Huh? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, or permanent bollards, one or the other.
Right, or permanent bollards with a chain
Got
link
it.
fence, and the bollards need to be spaced 5 foot apart. So it's really a cost factor that you need to look at and what works. I have heard complaints about bollards being, they tend to damage. Fence, nobody seems to complain about it. But I think that would be a way. I don't think the plants, what they were intended to do, are doing anything because there are no plants.
Right.
And I think
No, there's no plants, right, and that's, right, exactly. I will relay that to my client and we'll get back to the board on the, on what variety they'd like to go with, but.
Yeah, and there was a case that we are actually, I think we may have closed on it. It's a Sutter Avenue case, and they did provide fencing along Euclid Avenue. And I was thinking more along that line. And and we will also send you samples of bollards, the way they need to be installed, and because they need to be in ground, not just something that just kind of not just nailed to the front, because they will get moved around or they will they'll fall off. So it needs to be much more deeply embedded into the soil. So we will send you samples of both, and you can share that with your client and make a decision.
That's very helpful, thank you. And then there was another comment with regards to photos of drainage. I will follow up with my client. We'll be sure to clarify what the drainage looks like on the site, and we'll include that in the cover letter. And then finally, we will provide some more photos of the cars queuing in regards to Commissioner Betta's comments. We can ask the ownership to take a few photos during the day to showcase how the cars funnel through the car wash. And then this wasn't a comment, but I just wanted to note that we did present in front of the community board, and they approved our application. They are just still sending their recommendation. I believe they're away for the summer, so it may be delayed, but we are following up with them, and I'm speaking with Roy to get that to the board as soon as possible.
Great. And also please confirm the use group pursuant to the new text.
Yes, will do.
I wanted to add, I had suggested, I would like to request that an application to the Parks Department for a street tree be included.
Yeah, I think that's a great solution because we have seen vehicles parked on the sidewalk. So having a street tree along that frontage would be a deterrence for any vehicles to park on the sidewalk.
Okay, so just right where in front of the bollards or the fencing, we have to just apply to the Parks Department and see where they would like to place a tree.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Will do. Okay, and I believe those were the outstanding comments from the board.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's go to the public then.
The case that we're currently discussing is 10391BZ, Volume 2, 24818 Sunrise Highway, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this matter, please dial 646-893-7101. You will enter phone conference ID number 355-654-743 and press the pound sign. There'll be a brief hold and you'll wait to be admitted. Once you're admitted, press star 5 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute to be able to speak. And if you are on the website, the Microsoft Teams website, the meeting ID number is 214-422-999-948. The passcode is lowercase n as in November, number 7, uppercase C as in Charlie, uppercase Y as in Yankee, uppercase Z as in Zulu, and a lowercase w as in whiskey.
It's been turned as part of the heat.
3 minutes. Excuse me?
It turned off for,
Till 7 p.m.
So there's no air conditioning from
It's
now
lower.
to 7?
I don't know. Put it back up, see if it goes back up. No, it's off.
This is ridiculous.
I know, it's like, oof.
Is it gonna be like that tomorrow as well?
Yeah. If the advisory is like that.
Yeah, it's for the
I sent an email to everybody
energy.
Friday. I sent an
mean,
email
it's
to
like-
Friday. Matt, can you do me a favor, switch us, are you gonna do it? Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's for the energy.
I mean, I understand the light.
But if you help with the fan on, maybe. Ooh,
Yeah,
it's too
we need
noisy.
Some kind of circulation,
Yeah.
especially since we have to wear dress
Yeah.
attire.
Yeah, they turned it off.
Okay, so let me do, can you ask Maddie to bring the fan from my office?
Who?
The fan from my office.
Emmanuel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm-
Sorry, Ms. Landesman, how much time you need to make these submissions?
Not a problem. I think we can submit within 2 weeks, but I think we'll have to wait for Parks Department to get back to us with regards to the tree. But hopefully that doesn't stop us from having our next hearing.
When would
We'd like
you,
to, if we're able to be put on the calendar in August, that would be ideal.
okay.
Emmanuel, can you bring Shampa's fan from her office into the hearing room, please? Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Say, I'm sorry.
August hearing.
August hearing? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We are having a little bit of a,
Stay
Circulating.
cool. I am hearing it. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 17, 2023 41A through 46A, Long Street Avenue, the Bronx.
Hmm?
We have to mention the letter of objection.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr.
Mr. Dale,
I just made,
let him in.
yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is
Good
anyone with you?
It is just me today.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed. Did you receive the
Did you
fire
receive the
department's
fire
letter of-
department letter?
Yes, and I will be able to speak to that this afternoon.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I feel some.
So Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to the review session and heard the comments of the board. Primarily, it seems that the major outstanding issues are waiting for certain agency sign-offs. I would just first, with respect to DEP, we did receive comments from DEP. I did send a follow-up message to Ms. Banks Chu. It is our position that the 5 pertinent questions that DEP asked were already addressed on the plans in the survey. I did send, not to the record, but sort of off the record, copies of the plans in the survey with the key dimensions circled. And we can just wait to see if DEP is satisfied and then we'll issue a letter of no objection or have any additional questions. But the short answer is we did receive it. We believe that those items were already addressed, and we responded via email.
Okay.
With respect to the fire department, we did just receive that letter. So I'd like to thank Inspector Daly for sending that. And if I can share my screen, I'd like to point out why, unfortunately, we can't comply with what the fire department is requesting, but perhaps offer an alternative that might satisfy the fire department's concerns. Do I have the ability to share?
Yes,
Yeah.
you should be able to.
Let's see if I can share this. I think you should be seeing the Google Street View.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's up there.
And then
Matt, you
I'll
can-
switch to the text later,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to point out this site in question right here is this area of Longstreet Avenue. And the letter that was received from the fire department was a letter of objection because there was a request to open up this portion here between Chaffee, which is this road here, and Hattie Place, to open up this portion. And unfortunately, that's not something that we can do. I just want to point out why I have the Google Street photo here, just to show you what the current conditions are. There's no portion of the road that is opened here for Longstreet, unlike this area, which does have it partially opened already, and that we're proposing to improve it fully adjacent to the site. Nothing is open here, and there's also some pretty significant trees here in the area where this theoretically could be opened, and I'm sure that Parks Department might have some comments about removing these trees. But what I want to do is show, and you can let me know, does this show up now on the screen? Do you see the tax map?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not the tax map, no.
All right,
Still
let me
Google
do.
Street View.
All right, I'm going to share. Where's my PDF?
It's in that corner.
Let's try this. How's that?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah.
Is that map? Okay.
Yep.
I just want to point out that this area in green is the highlighted are the two lots in question. And if you notice up here, which is Chaffee is off the screen right here to the north, but this is where Chaffee would be. You can see this is the extension here.
Mm-hmm.
But the property owner lot only extends partially down this area. This section right here is not part of the application, and it's not owned by the property owner. So even if theoretically a portion of this would be open, we as the applicant don't have the legal authority to agree to open this particular area. I think this might be a city-owned lot, I'm not sure. But the short of it is that this full extent of this block is controlled by the property owner, and that's why we're proposing the 30-foot wide opening, which actually goes above and beyond what you would normally be required to open. But we wanted to show the 30-foot in response to issues that were raised in the prior hearing. This section here, which corresponds to, I think, do you see the site plan now?
Yeah.
Okay. You can see this section here corresponds right here. This is existing street that's not open, what I showed in the Google Street View. We don't have control of this. So there's no way that we as the applicant could comply with the fire department's request to open up this portion. So that's just something that can't be done. But what I would want to note, and I'll stop sharing now, but I can add more. I confirmed with the project architect that these 5 homes are all, all these homes, these 6 homes, are all proposed to be sprinklered. And we can add a note to the plans confirming that they're proposed to be sprinklered. And I just want to offer that as an alternative to the fire department, though I understand their interest in having this this Longstreet portion between Haddon and Chaffee open. It's just something we can't do. So as an alternative, I just wanted to confirm that these buildings are proposed to be sprinklered, and perhaps the sprinkling of these buildings, including the additional widening or improvement of Longstreet that we're proposing to be at the 30-foot opening, would satisfy the fire department's concerns.
Okay. Okay. It's really going to be a fire department call.
Okay. All right, so I don't know if Inspector Daly's comment now, if there's a letter forthcoming after this hearing, we can respond to that, because we'll wait on DEP. Hopefully what we provided to them, the information satisfies them, and if the fire department has any additional comments, we can respond. What I
You
can
have to wait for
do.
DOT also then, Todd, too.
Yeah, but I think it'd be wise to reach out to fire department directly to see if,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is, I don't know if Inspector Taylor's on the hearing out, but I'll send him an email separately, just clarifying this, that unfortunately we can't do that. But just to confirm that these buildings will be sprinklered, would hopefully alleviate some concerns. And then we'll wait for any DOT comments, but I would note with respect to DOT that really the sole issue, as we said in other GCL 35s, is DOT should just confirm hopefully whether this is part of the capital plan. And when you review the public record, it's not indicated as part of the capital plan. But we'll wait and hopefully DOT can issue that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just shared the screen to show that it looks like this portion that it would be required in order to complete the block is owned by Parks.
Okay. Thank you.
And I would say, sorry, just to interject there, that if in the future the city wanted to open that, it is mapped. They could acquire any portion of the property. If they did acquire a portion of this privately owned lot 57, it wouldn't affect the building that's proposed, and we really wouldn't have any objection to that being open. This is designed so it wouldn't affect any potential future opening. It's just that future opening would be at the leave of the city and city agencies, not the property owner.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, and you can, see if you can make your next submission with all those explanation would be helpful, and follow up with DEP and DOT. And, sorry, FDNY and DOT.
For sure. I'll reach out to Inspector Daly independently prior to the submission, hopefully get that clarified.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
I know the community board's here, and also the councilwoman's going to want to.
Is councilman member also going to join?
She's going to join, right, I think, councilwoman? Okay, so let's do that first, and then we go. Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2023-41A through 2023-46A, Long Street Avenue, the Bronx. Should you wish to comment, dial 646-893-7101. Enter phone conference ID number 355-654-743 and press the pound sign. There'll be a brief hold and you'll wait to be admitted. Press star 5 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you're calling in by the phone. And if you're on the web, the Microsoft Teams, join a meeting. Meeting ID number is 214-422-999-948, and the passcode is lowercase n for November, number 7, uppercase C as in Charlie, uppercase Y as in Yankee, uppercase Z as in Zulu, and lowercase w as in whiskey. Once you are identified, you will have 3 minutes to discuss. So,
Councilmember Marmorato?
is her hand up?
Is that?
It's either that or the other, her chief of staff is.
Who is the chief of staff, do you know?
April Cordenza, thank you, Chad.
April.
She was in the room before, there's April.
I see Councilmember.
Marmorato and April is in there too, so you want to.
Okay, I'll first do Councilmember and also Marmorato, April.
Yeah, and then the community board.
Okay. We do have a community board representative here in our office. Yes, I've let both of them in.
Let's see.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you but cannot see you. Can you put your camera on, Councilwoman?
Not having a very good hair day today.
That makes all of us.
Is the camera on? Issue today. Oh, sorry.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. All right.
All right, very good. All right, so, can I read my statement now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Chandra and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak today. I am here to express my unwavering support for preserving the integrity of Longstreet Avenue and the surrounding area. We are here today to discuss the proposed development outlined in BSA 2023-41A to 2023-46A. Longstreet Avenue is not just a road, it's a critical component of Locust Point community, infrastructure, and the character. Locust Point's community does not want this development. We believe it will completely overwhelm and overhaul the community and its infrastructure. It is concerning that the developers have never reached out to our office to discuss any of the plans or address any of the concerns of the community it's proposing to build on. The lack of communication further underscores our apprehension about the potential impact on the neighborhood. As we move forward, I pledge to support the community with capital funds when the time comes to make necessary improvements to the area. My goal is to foster responsibility and sustainable development that truly benefits the Locust Point community and preserves the natural environment that we all cherish. Thank you for your attention to this important matter, and I look forward to continued collaboration to ensure the best outcomes for my district.
Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember, it would be greatly appreciated if you can send us what you read, the testimony to us. Thank you. It will be part of.
I did already send a previous letter.
Okay.
Which we have in the
March.
record now.
We do have that in the
Okay.
record. Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Matt?
All right, thank you so much.
That's the button, I think the button.
Testing? Yep, good, thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Matthew Cruz, District Manager of Bronx Community Board 10. I submitted our Community Board's decision to the agency staff via email. As you know, our Community Board unanimously opposed waiving General City Law 35 for the following reasons. We've requested of New York City DOT for capital reconstruction so that the roadway will be standard and have proper drainage infrastructure to counteract perennial flooding. The City of New York has a responsibility to build out every street, and Longstreet Avenue should first receive its capital reconstruction before any waiver is considered for private development. This request is within our annual district needs statement. Additionally, Councilwoman Marmorato is committed to allocating funding to this request in a forthcoming capital plan. Secondly, the applicant's proposal should not require a portion of Longstreet Avenue to build. The request for a waiver is misguided and is an intentional encroachment onto city property if this board were to grant it. The applicant has sufficient land to build without having to come before you. If this board grants this relief, the applicant will soon return to you seeking a variance under the guise of economic hardship, as the previous property owner did 8 years ago. Thirdly, when reviewing the plans or review the updated plans, there is no meaningful change. Questions linger as to how emergency vehicles will have enough space to conduct operations, as the builder's pavement plan details how much space the driveways will require on Longstreet Avenue and how significantly narrow the street will become. The applicant's reference to DEP sewer extension is in passing and is too vague. The updated plans still do not give much hope that street flooding will ease on an already sinking street that not only requires capital improvement, but a commitment to porous pavement, as Mayor Adams outlined in a plan to combat storm-related extreme weather a few months ago. Furthermore, the applicant furnished no information that discloses flood and wetlands compliance. Lastly, please bear in mind that the applicant is making this proposal needlessly difficult, as it is turning what is a single tax lot into 6 irregular lots that can only allegedly be built by waiving GC Law 35. After which, the applicant must comply with lower growth management and flood protections that I and our community board will certainly ensure are upheld. I urge the board to review this case thoroughly and vote no on waiving the city law. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do appreciate you being here and taking the time. Any other speakers? Please raise your hand.
Yeah, there was no one else who called in.
Anyone who wishes to speak on this case, please raise your hand. Kelly, Ann Kelly?
Oh, okay. Time of lapse, but okay.
Okay. You did let the person in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Their mic is, and Kelly can speak.
Okay.
Miss Kelly? Hello?
Hello. Hi.
I'm here at the Locust Point Civic Association, and you can see that we have quite a few people here that are very interested in this project for our community. I spoke a little bit the last time. Would it be possible for me to share my screen?
Sure, but you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
It's not coming on.
Okay. Should I start it now or wait till she's to? Okay.
Just I can share my screen now.
Okay.
You should be able to share.
All right, it's not allowing me to share my screen. Are you guys in control of that?
Allowed you to be a presenter. I don't know, you should be able to.
It should be there.
Okay, I see it now. Thank you. Just want to talk a second about the infrastructure and the flooding. So we have rate flooding. This is the area, this photo here is the area in which, right at the tip of this project. And you can see that under normal storm conditions, we get horrible flooding in this area. All right, this is at the end of Glennon Place and Long Street Avenue. So, and this flooding causes a great tax on our infrastructure. Our neighbors wind up having backups into their sewer and things of that nature. And we're really looking for you to vote no on this because we feel that this will overtax our current sewer system that is already in bad shape. So just wanted to point out these pictures. I know we've submitted these pictures again, but just another view of this flooding to keep it fresh into your minds.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. I know that there are 2 other people here in the room with me that also signed up to speak. So Joe Donovan is the next person that's signed up to speak, and he's here also. So can we reset the clock for him?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Could you please end your screen share?
Yeah. Do you want to keep that screen up, or is she in the, because we have to keep?
We want to show another screen, but I'll let Joe start, and then we can start sharing the screen again. Sure.
Hi, my name is Joseph Donovan. I'm the Vice President of the Locust Point Civic Association. I've already submitted documents with regard to this case. Back, I believe May was the last time it was heard. Community is overwhelmingly against it. We submitted a petition with over 200 names on it. Again, as Ann said, our infrastructure is extremely taxed as it is. Our storm drains and sewers become overwhelmed. Every time we have a high tide and heavy rain, what you saw at the end of Glennon Place there, and if I could go to the screen again, I'll show you some of the other pictures, the opposite end of the street, which gets flooded every time we have a high tide and a serious rain. This is Glennon Place. I can show you, I'm sorry, both the other pictures, sorry. If you could switch to the next. That's Glennon Place, Long Street. That's Long Street Avenue and Tierney Place. This was raining out last year. This is Tierney Place and Locust Point Drive at the other end of the street where it meets the waterfront. So you can see we have a continuous issue with regards to flooding and overwhelming of our sewers and storm drains. The other thing, now, Ann, if you could switch to the picture showing where I put the traffic home on Glennon and Long Street, I'd like to just bring that to the board's attention because with regard to the street, now it's very big on the maps that have been presented by Mr. Dale. Currently, that where you see that traffic cone is essentially where the front curb would be of the development that Mr. Dale's proposing. That would severely misline Long Street Avenue, and I don't know how there's going to be area left for a street. As you can see, there's 2 utility poles there that more or less delineate the center of Long Street Avenue there between those 2 poles. So if that property line comes out to that cone there, there'll hardly be enough room for access for any vehicles or emergency vehicles or anything else. As our councilwoman stated, you can go back to the regular committee. As our councilwoman stated, we've requested that that street become open and usable for emergency vehicles, as we have a continuous problem with being that our main street of Locust Point Drive is also used by the Throgs Neck Bridge for all their deliveries and all their maintenance work that goes on. So we're continuously barraged with heavy trucks that block our main access road of Locust Point Drive. So that's why we have suggested to our councilman that Longstreet Avenue be opened through. And if that development is allowed to take up essentially half that map street, that really won't be achievable. So I implore you folks to vote no against this. And I'll turn you over to John Corain, who's our president.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is John Corain. I'm the president of the Locust Point Civic Association. I live one block over from where your proposed project is. Everybody in this room with me right now has lived in Locust Point for 30 years or more. So we have been through countless storms over here. In addition to the heavy rainstorms, which you've seen there before, there's always been a flooding problem over here. I live on Eagridge Place. Like I said, I have 2 sump pumps in my basement for a rainstorm, just to keep the water out of the basement. That is how bad the current flooding situation is over here now. We all believe, and including myself, that proposed project would overwhelm our sewer system and here altogether. And the back of that project backs up to the water also. So there's going to be water, if that's all cleared and they build houses over there, there's going to be water flowing freely down that hill onto Glennon and all the way down Longstreet Avenue. And I think we're all on board that all these additional houses and the additional families that are going to move in there is going to completely overwhelm our infrastructure here. So we are, like we said, we have 200 signatures. We are completely against this project as it stands right now, and we vote no. Like I said, these people have lived in this neighborhood for 40 years, and we have been through countless floods and hurricanes and everything. It's not like we just moved in 6 months ago or we're renters or something like this. We know what we're talking about here because we've been here all of our lives. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it. And please vote no against this project. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? That's it?
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time and providing your testimony. And we did receive your, receive the petition and all the photos that you did share. Truly do appreciate it. I have to just say that the applicant has provided a draft builder's pavement plan. This is a pavement, this is a drawing that has to be approved by DOT and DOB, and also any improvement to the street would have to meet all the underlying regulations that is applicable today with regards to drainage, wherever the storm sewers and other requirements that DEP would require, and the construction of the streets, everything have to be compliant with the latest codes and standards that DOT would apply to. So I think the requirements now, especially in light of more flooding and climate change, are much more stringent and do require a greater degree of scrutiny and other requirements. So I don't think we should walk away thinking that this is just going to be a flat plain with water running through it. The applicant is responsible for addressing a lot of the flood-related regulations, and Mr. Dale, you can respond to as to what the requirements are, statutory requirements and others that you would have to meet. But none of these are being overlooked. Those would, all the underlying regulations that apply today, as of today, would be required. So those would be a lot more stringent than much of the development that you have seen in that neighborhood. Okay, Mr. Dale, go ahead.
Hi, Thank you. I would just say, like, I appreciate the time the Civic Association has taken, and I also appreciate Mr. Cruz appearing and Councilwoman Marmorato. I would just want to respond to a few of the comments that were made generally. To clarify, and this echoes much of what the chairwoman said, this is a threshold application because this is privately owned property that happens to have a city street mapping on it. And this application is primarily filed to determine whether or not this portion of Longstreet Avenue that's privately owned is part of the city's capital plan. And available public records say that it's not part of the capital plan currently and that the city has no intention of improving it. But this threshold application, as was accurately stated, does not remove the need for any Department of Buildings approval, Department of Transportation approval, DEP approval. Those are still approvals that would need to occur should this application be granted. And any of these approvals would need to meet current standards. Flood standards, as the chairwoman accurately noted, have significantly increased since perhaps many of these homes were originally developed. I would note, though, that this application is seeking to improve the width of Longstreet Avenue. Currently, it's approximately like a 20-foot wide, sort of half road, half alley. Should this be approved, as shown on the plans, it's proposed to improve the travel width to 30 feet, and that is in addition to the 15-foot sidewalk that's proposed. So it actually, upon development, increase the width, the travel width of Longstreet Avenue, and actually improve access both for members of the community and emergency vehicles. So it would take care of that. That improvement also in meeting DOT and DEP standards. A portion of this is actually seeking to privately fund an improvement of the sewer lines and the utilities that are at the site. There's a privately funded extension that's proposed that should help alleviate, I can't speak to Locust Point as a whole, but at least in this area, significantly improve the existing utilities lines that are there, notably sewers. And, you know, I would say that there was a thread among some of the comments about wanting this to be part of a capital plan and part of having Longstreet Avenue approved here. And I would say that this application is actually seeking to do much of what the community wants, to have a wider, safer, better designed Longstreet Avenue in this area. And it would be achieved through a private property owner privately funding this improvement rather than waiting for the city or trying to petition the city to add this to the capital plan. So if this is granted, and again, we need all the other approvals, DEP and DOT, so I don't want to say that this application is granted, it's completely done, but this is the first step to having a private property owner significantly improve the existing Longstreet Avenue, which is essentially a half street right now. You know, I appreciate the time and hear those comments. This is not an attempt to get around any rules, and I think long-term, it actually will likely improve many of the conditions that were set forth by the community here and provide a better, more well-designed, modern street in the area that will help alleviate many of the issues that have been raised.
Thank you. Again, I want to state what is before us is just to grant a waiver of the general city law for a portion of the street that is, a portion of the property that is on a bed of a map street. Otherwise, the use that is being proposed and the density that is being proposed and all other regulatory controls are pursuant to the underlying regulations that are applicable, but for the fact that a portion of the site is within city street. Yes, thank you. Any other callers?
Yes, Madam Chair, Ms. Matias, I noticed some people, there were some people admitted with just phone numbers, but maybe we could just ask again and just give the instruction one last time on if they're calling in, how to participate by raising their hand.
We have a member in the attendee room with a phone number ending in 1402. You're unmuted if you'd like to speak.
This is on the matter of Longstreet Avenue in the Bronx. Okay. I think that's good. Do you want to wait? I haven't raised their hands.
I don't think they have raised their hand. No, I don't see anybody
No.
whose hand is raised. Just.
You press 6 to unmute. I mean, they're unmuted already, so.
I'll give another
If that
minute.
person is 1402, wishes to speak on this matter of Longstreet Avenue in the Bronx. If not, then fine, but I don't see. All right.
Okay. And,
Are they, oh. Miss,
who,
Miss
somebody-
Kelly?
Hi,
Miss
I'm
Kelly?
calling in on the Longstreet
Oh, okay.
proposals.
Okay.
I'm totally against it because it would take away from a needed street that the community uses.
Could you state your
And
name for the
it was-
record, please?
My name is Joanne Coco.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Also, it would add to a difficult parking situation on Hatting, and emergency vehicles would be limited entering the street.
I'm not, okay, go ahead. Please finish your statement.
Basically, that's what I wanted to say. I'm totally against them taking away part of the housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else wants to call in? Please raise your hand. Who has not spoken yet?
Ms. Kelly, you've already spoken, so you have to put your hand down.
If you want to make additional submission, and those who wish to make additional submission, please do send it to submit@bsa.nyc.gov. We do review all submissions. Anyone who else who has not spoken, we have many more cases, so I apologize for having to move through because we do have to hear all these other cases. So please do make your submission and raising your concern. I do want to make it one thing clear. This portion of the site of the street belongs to a private property, and the applicant is exercising its rights to develop its land. And for that, it is seeking a GCL 35. In return, what the applicant will be providing a street that was 30-foot wide, that would be accessible for everybody to travel what is currently a dirt road. So I just kind of want to make that clear if it was not during our discussions. And Mr. Dale, I hope you are providing latest sets of drawings to the community board, elected officials, and members who are, and also to the association, so that they understand what you're proposing.
Staff had sent the most recent, I believe, to community board and to Councilwoman, Councilmember
Wonderful.
Moderato.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just to
Ms.
piggyback on your
Murphy,
comment.
can you just turn your camera towards you a little bit? It's just staring at the wall. Thank you.
And just to piggyback on the chair's comment, whatever the applicant is proposing here, should it be granted, must comply with underlying zoning.
Yes. We're not waiving any of the underlying zoning regulations or any of the other regulatory controls with regards to what that DEP would require, or DOB require, or DOT would require, any other city agency would require for an as-of-right construction.
Okay.
Okay? Mr. Dale, we cannot close on this case because we do need all the necessary documents and especially fire department's consent on this. Thank you.
Understood. We can be flexible with any date for the signs, and as noted, this week we'll reach out independently to Inspector Daly about the fire department's concerns and confirm for them that these buildings are proposed to be sprinkled.
Okay, all right. I again want to thank everybody, including our council member and our community board representative who is here, and other civic association members who have been monitoring this case and providing their concerns. And we do appreciate the feedback, and that is why we are also pushing the applicant to make sure that they provide a site that would not just serve their interest, but also improve the conditions, and that they have to do anyway. It's not us saying it, they would have to do it as per the underlying regulations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Take care. Item number 18, 2023-75 BZY, 1750 Eastchester Road, the Bronx.
This would be Mr. Dale.
Mr.
He
Dale.
is in the room.
Yep.
Go ahead,
I'm
Mr. Dale.
here. No one else with me. Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to the session, and I believe in primary part that the board is satisfied with the application. I would just note, I believe Commissioner Otley Brown, you mentioned something about the foundation or had a question about the foundation. I just want to confirm that the existing foundation is not contemplated to change, and it will be the same foundation that was vetted by the project engineer with respect to its design, being designed to contemplate the proposed hotel use.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments? Let's then go to the public.
Put the screen up, Jill. So the case we're currently discussing is 2023-75 BZY, 1750 Eastchester Road, the Bronx. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-893-7101. You will enter phone conference ID number 355-654-743, press pound. After a brief hold, you will be admitted, and you will press *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute when you're calling in on the phone. And if you're calling from the web, if you're joining us from the web, Microsoft Teams, join a meeting. The meeting ID number is 214-422-999-948. The passcode is lowercase n as in November, number 7, uppercase C as in Charlie, uppercase Y as in yellow, and uppercase Z as in Zulu, and lowercase w as in whiskey. You'll have 3 minutes to to speak once you're admitted.
I am, Mr. Dale, also, if you can just confirm what is the applicable use group number? You can send it in writing, or you can state it now, whatever works.
I would need to look up hotel, but I can include that in a letter to the.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to make a recommendation that we close.
Okay. Not yet. Just waiting for the clock to run out, Mr. Dale, sorry.
Understood.
Gotta fix that TV. It's probably crazy. I know, it's like, oh my God.
If it's acceptable, I looked it up while we were waiting. Use group 5 is the use group for a transient hotel under the new regulations.
Okay. Use group Roman numeral 5.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion to close.
I would like to make a motion to close and schedule this for July decision.
Chair Shonda?
Aye?
Vice Chair Chanda? Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Chair
I saw both
Chanda, Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Sorry about that. Commissioner Otley Brown, I demoted you in the same.
Aye.
class. Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair.
It's a room without air, so this
No,
happens.
the air thing is on.
It is on?
Oh,
Yeah, they're turning the air on. That's what, they had to wait for a few minutes.
Oh,
I was asking them why the air wasn't turned on yet. They were running around like chickens, putting
Okay.
all the air on.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dale.
Thank you. Item number 19, 2024-01A, 2848 Farber Terrace, Queens. This is Ms. Agnostu.
Yeah, I think I did see her in the room. There.
What is
Oh, you made her,
Yeah.
you already made her? Okay, wonderful, thank you.
What is that? Somebody's phone? Somebody's phone. E.T. calling home.
That's a
Hello?
very odd-
Thanks, Andy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hi.
can hear you, but
Yes,
could you
Ms.
camera on, please?
Agnostu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sandy Animosu.
Could you put your camera on, Ms. Agnostu?
It's on.
Hmm.
Different.
See me?
Nope.
Yep,
There we
now we
go.
do.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Hi.
What is that?
Sounds like they're checking the electric.
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't need to be sworn in for this, do I?
No,
Glenn?
it's an A case. A cases are not sworn in.
Thank you. I would like to respond to the board's earlier comments from the review session. The community board voted in favor of approval of the application. We requested a street status letter, which we are waiting for, but I believe that DEP did indicate that there's no plans for capital improvement on these two mapped streets, but we'll obtain the official letter and submit that to the board. We referred the GCL 35 application to the Parks Department as per Commissioner Yoon's request, and they are reviewing regarding the impact to the nearby park, although this is private property, so we're waiting for a response for that, as well as the application for the tree planting. I have requested sort of a time frame from the Parks Department, and I will get back to the board with that, how long it would take to review and approve it. Typically, we do that after the BSA approval, but we can sort of have some communication with the Parks Department about the time frame. Then the vice chair wanted us to revise the statement of facts to cite language and statute regarding the GCL 35, which we will do and submit. And we responded to DEP comments. We're still awaiting DOT comments. And we responded to the fire department comments in the notice of comments, but I'm not sure if there's anything additional, but I can follow up with fire department. We didn't receive any other comments regarding FDNY. And we will resubmit the sandboard maps. There's some issues accessing it. Those records, we'll resubmit them.
Okay. We will reach out to FDNY also. And with regards to DEP, you have responded to DEP comments?
Yes.
Yeah, they sent, I think you just did it today or is it Friday or something?
Friday.
Yeah,
Friday. Received it on Friday and responded on Friday.
Okay. Okay. And how long would it take for Parks to complete its review
Which one?
with regards to impact to nearby parks? I think that's what one of the things Ms. Gnostu was talking about. Parks is reviewing regarding the impact to the nearby parks.
Not sure. They said they're reviewing it. 3 people from their office are looking at it.
Okay. All right. So any questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
Put the public up, Jella, please. The case we're currently discussing is 2024-01A, 2848 Farber Avenue, Farber Terrace, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-893-7101. You will enter the phone conference ID number 355-654-743 and press the pound sign. After a brief hold, you will wait to be admitted. Press star 5 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute as you are calling in on the phone. And by web, Microsoft Teams, join a meeting ID number 214-422-999-948, and the passcode is lowercase n as in November, number 7, uppercase C as in Charlie, uppercase Y as in Yankee, uppercase Z as in Zulu, and lowercase w as in whiskey. Once you're permitted, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. You have to call us anyway, right? We'll call it Miss Sampson adjourned, and then I'll just mention this.
I thought you already called that one adjourned.
Yeah, we don't have to call it, right, in the hearing?
Case is adjourned.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't have to call this one.
Yeah.
I'll just mention the 2 that are laid over.
Yeah. And we will, assuming we get all the documents, so
We
and
could decide that tomorrow.
we can make that decision tomorrow because the applicant will need to revise the plans.
Yeah.
I would rather call it towards the end of the day because by the time all the submissions would have been made and we would have had enough time to review it. Yeah. Okay. Did anybody call it?
No, I don't see anybody. Yeah,
Okay, all right.
Nope. 37, 26.
Okay. All right, we'll continue with the hearing. Ms. Nangstu. And let's try to schedule it around the time when we get additional response from fire department and DEP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I was thinking September hearing maybe to allow time.
Okay, yeah. Which September, early or latter? We have 2 hearing dates in September.
September 9th, if possible.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Agnostu, sorry. Okay, so there are 2 cases that will be laid over for tomorrow for decision, 2022-92BZ, 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island, and 2024-06BZ, 35 East 21st Street, Manhattan. Those will be laid over for tomorrow and just voted on tomorrow possible. And this concludes the public hearing for July 15th, 2024. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Okey-dokes.